Chapter 492. Woo woo! In the air, a large number of ferocious birds flapped their wings, sharp beaks and sharp claws. Runes surged, sweeping up a storm that covered the sky and covered the earth. Sharp and fierce gazes were also fixed on Du Xiaofu and the other two. Oh no, those three have already been targeted. They're dead for sure. On the city gate tower, the crowd looked at the three people who were gradually surrounded by the horde of monstrous beasts. They could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. Those three young people were already dead for sure. The horde of monstrous beasts surrounded Du Xiaofu and the others. On the ground, there were terrifying monstrous beasts, and in the air there were ferocious birds. However, at this moment, for some unknown reason, each of the terrifying monstrous beasts was hesitating, as if they had sensed some aura. They did not dare to approach, and their fierce gazes were filled with doubt and hesitation. What should we do? First Princess Cheng Xingnan asked Du Xiaofu, her eyes looking around. At this moment, being surrounded by so many monstrous beasts, although her strength was probably below the martial king realm, it would not be easy for them to do anything to her. However, at this moment, her beautiful face still paled a little. On the other hand, Du Xiaoqing stood quietly, facing the horde of monstrous beasts around her. She did not have any intention of paying attention to them at all. Du Xiaoya was not nervous at all. Her pale, golden spirit eyes scanned the surroundings indifferently, showing no intention of placing the monstrous beasts in her eyes at all. Even if she could not do anything to these monstrous beasts, if she wanted to leave, it would be easy. The little tiger's black, cat-like body stood in front of Du Xiaofu as if it was about to pounce. Light flashed in its eyes, and the formless aura made the surrounding monstrous beasts not dare to approach. Du Xiaofu looked at the horde of monstrous beasts around them. Among the thousands of monstrous beasts, most of them were at the pulsating realm. There were also a few Xiantian realm beasts at the back, and there were already a lot fewer pulsating spirit realm beasts. As for the Beast Lord realm beasts, there were even fewer. Including the ferocious birds in the air, there were only a total of 12 Beast Lord realm beasts. Ao. In front of Du Xiaofu's group, thousands of demonic beasts and ferocious birds did not dare to approach. However, they completely surrounded Du Xiaofu's group, and all sorts of deafening roars and roars rang out. Beast Lord Realm, Nirvana Realm. Du Xiaofu's gaze landed on a giant bear with red scales that was leading the pack, as well as a fierce, scaled vulture that was circling in midair. These two scaled beasts were at the Nirvana Realm of the Beast Lord Realm, and they were also the two strongest beasts in the pack. Roar! As Du Xiaofu sized them up, the gigantic scaled bear and the scaled vulture appeared in front of Du Xiaofu and the other two. They were extremely ferocious and ferocious. They were also the kings of the demonic beasts. Brother, should we clean them up? Du Xiaoqing glanced around indifferently. Facing this pack of demonic beasts, she did not even give them a second glance. Du Xiaofu's brows twitched and he frowned. He seemed to have made some arrangements and said to Du Xiaoqing, no need. Don't expose your strength. Without my permission, you are not allowed to make a move. All right. Du Xiaoqing pouted and seemed to be a little disappointed. She immediately stood at the side, lazily. Puny humans die. The giant scaled bear looked at Du Xiaofu's group and roared in human language. Its roar reverberated through the sky. However, at this moment, its ferocious eyes seemed to have sensed an aura that made it fearful. It secretly sized up the surroundings as if it was searching for something. Those three young people, 2 young ladies and 1 young man, are dead meat. On the city tower, everyone saw that Du Xiaofu's group was surrounded by demonic beasts. Under the deafening roar, they were powerless. Du Xiaofu looked at the giant scaled bear. It was a raging flame mountain-splitting bear with an extremely high bloodline. The giant scaled vulture beside it was called the Iron Shell demonic vulture. It was also an extremely terrifying demonic beast. Evil creatures, leave quickly. It's still not too late. Otherwise, I will barbecue you. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu looked at the leading raging flames mountain splitting bear and the iron-armored demonic vulture and shouted loudly. His voice was accompanied by profound energy as it spread out, and it was not the slightest bit inferior to the raging flames mountain splitting bear's voice. That young man can't be scared silly, right? He actually dares to threaten the iron-shelled demonic vulture and the raging flame mountain splitting bear. Those are the most violent demonic beasts around the blue flame red leopard. He must be scared silly. That kid actually wants to barbecue the iron-shelled demonic vulture and the raging flame mountain splitting bear. He is definitely courting death. That young man is definitely unlucky. That raging flame mountain splitting bear will definitely not let them off easily. Hearing that the purple-robed young man who was surrounded by the demonic beasts was still so arrogant, everyone on the city tower was astonished. All right, it's Commander Hua, and Lord Yi, he's here too. Greetings, Commander Hua. Greetings, Lord Yi. It was also at this time that a commotion came from the city wall. Many experts directly jumped onto the city wall from the city. In the lead was a man who looked to be in his 40s and was 7 feet tall. He had a skinny body and wore a tight short shirt. His skinny body was filled with muscles and was filled with power. He was one of the commanders of the World Society, Hua Fankong. What's going on? Why are there so many demonic beasts? Hua Fankong appeared on the city wall and looked at the terrifying demonic beasts outside the city wall. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Commander Hua, it's the raging flame mountain splitting bear and the iron-armored demonic vulture. I guess they were sent by the blue flame red leopard to scout out our situation. Those demonic beasts have been getting more and more rampant recently. I'm afraid they won't be able to hold themselves back and will attack the city soon. On the city tower, the bald man who was talking to Du Xiaofu said respectfully to Hua Fankong. Beside Hua Fankong, there was a slender young man in a black robe. His eyes were fixed on the demonic beasts outside the city wall. His hair was as black as ink and his eyes were sharp. His thin lips were slightly arrogant and he had an indifferent temperament that made people stay away. Why are there still people below? Suddenly, the black-robed young man looked at the demonic beasts and his sharp eyes changed slightly. Lord Yi, it's 2 ladies and a man. We have already closed the city gate and activated the charm array. The 3 of them just arrived and were surrounded by the demonic beasts not long after. The bald man replied respectfully. Facing the black-robed young man, there was an additional sense of reverence in his respect compared to when he faced Commander Hua. That was Lord Yi Piaoling, a killer general of the World Society who struck cleanly and made people tremble in fear. Killer God Yi Piaoling was a nickname given to Yi Piaoling by the people in the Chaos Demon City. In the past half a year, everyone in the Chaos Demon City knew that the expansion of the World Society was all led by Yi Piaoling. The leaders of the small and medium forces in the Chaos Demon City had no other choice but to surrender or be killed. Puny human, you've angered me. Today, this beast marquis will tear you apart alive. Puny human brat. There was no delay. As Du Xiaofu's roar rang out, the blazing mountain splitting bear's crimson scales suddenly burst into flames, with faint runes flickering on them. Roar! The raging flame mountain splitting bear's huge body pounced out like a gust of wind. It swooped down and opened its bloody mouth, tearing at Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoqing, and First Princess Cheng Shengnan and Du Xiaoyao. It wanted to swallow everyone in one bite. Sigh, they are dead. On the city tower, many people shook their heads. With a raging flame mountain splitting bear attacking, those young people were definitely dead. Bang! However, just when everyone thought that those young people were doomed, a low muffled sound suddenly rang out. Rumble! Then, under the dumbfounded gazes of the people on the city tower, they saw the raging flame mountain splitting bear at the Beast Lord realm at the Nirvana realm stumble back. It took a few steps, causing the ground to shake and the ground to crack. A large energy storm swept out, causing the demonic beasts in the surroundings to sway. Roar! In an instant, a large number of violent demonic beasts swept out, their roars like thunder. A purple-robed figure leaped into the sky. He stepped on the void and hovered in midair. His body was wrapped in a faint golden light, and his aura surged, causing the demonic beasts in the surroundings to tremble violently. They could not help but feel fear and retreat. As the purple-robed figure hovered in midair, Hua Fankong, who was on the city tower, was stunned. Then his expression changed drastically. He's finally back. On the city wall, Yi Piaoling looked at the purple-robed figure hovering in midair. His indifferent aura fluctuated, and a faint smile appeared in his cold and sharp eyes. Why do you have the aura of demonic beasts? Are you a human or a demonic beast? The raging flame mountain splitting bear was pushed back, and it looked at Du Xiaofu in astonishment. The terrifying and domineering power that pushed it back made it feel like it was facing a supreme, demonic beast. The aura made it tremble. At this moment, the aura of the purple-robed young man clearly had the aura of a demonic beast. Mountain splitting bear, this human brat's aura is different, but he's definitely not from our race. He must have obtained some benefits left behind by a demonic beast expert. I feel that if I devour this brat, I will definitely gain a lot of benefits. The iron-shelled demonic vulture let out a sharp screech in midair as it stared at Du Xiaofu, who was floating in midair. Although the domineering and sharp aura that spread out from the purple-robed young man caused its heart to tremble for no reason. At the same time, it also allowed it to feel that if it was able to devour the purple-robed young man, it would definitely be able to obtain great benefits. This feeling came from its blood and soul, and it was definitely not wrong. Damn you, human! The raging flame mountain, splitting bear roared. As a demonic beast, it was naturally disgusted by the fact that humans sought benefits from demonic beasts. One must know that when humans sought benefits from demonic beasts, most of the time, the demonic beast's life would be the price. Any demonic beast race would be extremely disgusted and displeased by this aspect of humans. Let's join forces and kill this brat first. The iron-shelled demonic vulture said to the raging flame mountain splitting bear. Its sharp and intimidating eyes were fixed on Du Xiaofu. There was fear, passion, and temptation in its eyes. Evil beast! Du Xiaofu looked at the raging flame mountain splitting bear and the iron-shelled demonic vulture, who were planning to join forces. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and his face darkened. His eyes suddenly became sharper. Chapter 493. Screech! The iron-armored demonic vulture flapped its wings in midair, as if dark clouds had covered the sky. Wild gales swept out, sweeping up countless rocks below. The forest in the distance rose and fell, as a ferocious aura swept across the sky. It swooped down, directly pouncing towards Du Xiaofu. Chi-chi-chi-chi! The iron-armored demonic vulture's sharp claws were like hooks erupting with runes. It immediately grabbed at Du Xiaofu, wanting to tear Du Xiaofu into pieces. Faced with the iron-armored demonic vulture's huge body swooping down, the wild gales of energy swept downwards. Du Xiaofu was not flustered. He waved his hand, and a fist immediately rumbled out. Golden light erupted from his fist. Although it seemed slow, it was actually as powerful as thunder. Like an impact cannon, it suddenly collided with the iron-armored demonic vulture's claw. Bang! A low and deep energy, muffled sound immediately resounded across the vast sky, as a large amount of energy swept out together with the symbol. After which, under the numerous shocked gazes on the city tower, one could only see that the enormous iron-armored demonic vulture was actually directly pushed back. Roar! At the same time, the huge raging flames mountain-splitting bear also pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Its terrifying bare claws wanted to smash Du Xiaofu into meat paste. Walala, however, at the same time, the profound qi under Du Xiaofu's feet surged. His arms opened slightly, like a rock spreading its wings, and instantly disappeared from the raging flames mountain splitting bear's attack range. His figure drifted like a god, instantly descending towards the iron-armored demonic vulture that was staggering backwards. The iron-armored demonic vulture's sharp eyes changed color. It flapped its wings and erupted with rune energy, intending to block and suppress Du Xiaofu, not allowing him to approach and descend. Rock descends to the 9 heavens. A domineering and terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Du Xiaofu's body like a flash flood. Golden light rushed towards the sky. The golden runes were dazzling. Du Xiaofu's body was like a rising sun, as if a golden-winged rock had spread its wings. At this moment, it was as if Du Xiaofu's body had transformed into a golden-winged rock. Boom! An overbearing and fierce, imposing aura suddenly swept out from Du Xiaofu's body as the pair of talisman markings on his back flapped, causing flowing lights to overflow and suffuse the air. He was like a rock that flapped its wings and soared through the 9 heavens. Ao, ao, oh, boo-hoo! At this moment, the surrounding beasts roared endlessly, and the thousands of demonic beasts were all terrified. Under the pressure of the great golden-winged rock, there was no way to resist at all. Large numbers of demon beasts prostrated themselves on the ground. Halala! Du Xiaofu's body descended, carrying the domineering will of the Golden Rock clan. It was as if a real golden rock had descended, destroying the runes that the iron-armored demonic vulture had unleashed. Golden light burst out. The golden rune wings on Du Xiaofu's back were much smaller than the huge wings of the iron-armored demonic vulture. But at this moment, it was as if a golden sun had descended, illuminating this part of the world at dusk. The golden light turned into a rising ocean. Along with a terrifying amount of energy, it pressed down on the back of the armored vulture. Boom! The space trembled and energy surged. The iron-armored demonic vulture's body was immediately pressed down by Du Xiaofu and fell straight down from the sky. Gee, gee! The iron-armored demonic vulture screeched incessantly and flapped its wings. In an instant, energy covered the sky and covered the earth. The wind blew, and a terrifying aura spread out, tearing the ground below. However, at this moment, under the pressure of Du Xiaofu's great golden-winged rocks, the iron-armored demonic vulture could no longer resist. It was directly pressed down to the ground while screeching. Boom, boom, boom. The iron-armored demonic vulture fell, and the ground shook violently. Large pieces of rock were swept away, and the shocking aura was like a landslide. Roar! Under the terrifying pressure, the fiery mountain splitting bear was still able to resist. However, at this moment, it was furious. Its entire body was wrapped in flames, and the huge bear's body was like a giant. Its ferocious aura soared to the sky, and the bear's paw was like a red sun that was enlarging. Along with the scorching aura, it leaned over the iron-armored demonic vulture and immediately attacked Du Xiaofu. It wanted to kill this strange human youth with one punch. Skyshaker wings. Stepping on the iron-armored demonic vulture, Du Xiaofu waved his hand. A golden talisman rune surged, and like a golden rock flapping its wings, a domineering and fierce aura erupted, like a volcano, crushing and destroying everything. Boom! 2 terrifying forces suddenly collided violently. Both of them erupted with resplendent runic brilliance. It was as if 2 stars had collided, illuminating the square outside Chaos Demon City under the glow of the setting sun. It was especially dazzling. Dang, dang! At this moment, under the shocked gazes of the many people on the city wall, the huge fiery mountain splitting bear's body was once again shaken. The flames on its body were much weaker, and its footsteps were staggering. Everywhere it passed, the ground trembled. That young man is too powerful. Where did he come from? What a powerful young man. That figure seems familiar. On the city tower, many people watched the scene. All of them were frightened, and their eyes trembled with shock. Gee! The iron-armored demonic vulture roared and hissed. Runes flashed, and it was still struggling with all its might, wanting to break free from Du Xiaofu's suppression. Its wings flapped on the ground, sweeping out two huge deep pits, and gravel swept out like a storm. I told you to leave, but you just had to provoke me. Du Xiaofu snorted. Under the gazes of the crowd, he bent down and directly grabbed the left wing of the iron-armored demonic vulture with both hands and viciously pulled. Crack, crack, crack! Scales broke, bones shattered, and beast blood spilled. Under the trembling gazes of the crowd, the huge left wing of the iron-armored demonic vulture was actually torn apart. Oh my God! On the city wall, shocked cries continuously sounded. The powerful wing of the iron-armored demonic vulture was actually torn apart by the purple-robed youth. This visual impact made one's hair stand on end. Just how fierce and shocking was that purple-robed youth? Gee, the iron-armored demonic vulture let out a mournful cry, and its entire body trembled. The intense pain reached its heart, and its fierce eyes were now filled with fear. After its huge body was forced back, the raging flame mountain splitting bear's eyes were now filled with fear. Its entire body trembled, and how could it dare to resist? It immediately turned around and tried to escape. Evil creature, where do you think you're going? Du Xiaofu softly shouted. The rune wings on his back were like a rock spreading its wings. Golden light erupted, and he turned around and soared into the sky. His speed was many times faster than the raging flame mountain splitting bear, and he appeared behind it in an instant. As his figure appeared, Du Xiaofu waved his hand. The faint roar of a dragon could be heard from his palm, and a profound cloud, scarlet dragon's shadow condensed. Ayo! Light overflowed in all directions, and the runes were dazzling. The profound cloud scarlet dragon's shadow swept out, causing the surrounding air to surge like waves. Ripples spread out, and its aura was like the king of all beasts. With an astonishing might, it directly collided with the raging flame mountain splitting bear. Roar! Unable to escape, the raging flame mountain splitting bear seemed to be enraged. The scarlet scales all over its body emitted raging flames, and its aura suppressed the vast sky, shaking one's soul. Countless runes were activated, and it fiercely met the profound cloud scarlet dragon's shadow. But under the might of the profound cloud scarlet dragon's shadow, a look of dread appeared in the raging flame mountain splitting bear's eyes. The profound cloud scarlet dragon was a demonic beast on the heavenly beast ranking, while the raging flame mountain splitting bear was only a demonic beast on the earth beast ranking. The difference between the two bloodline beasts was not small. Bang, bang, bang. As the two clashed, muffled sounds continuously rang out in the air, and countless runes erupted. However, this stalemate didn't last for long. The profound cloud scarlet flood dragon's gigantic tail whipped and descended like a bolt of lightning. The flood dragon's body was like a spinning top, its gigantic body exploding with dazzling green and red talisman inscriptions, coiling around the raging flame mountain splitting bear comfortably. Chi! Du Xiaofu closed in, and a fist exploded with golden light, ruthlessly landing on the raging flame mountain splitting bear's body. Roar! The raging flame mountain splitting bear let out a blood-curdling shriek, and the ferocious glint in its huge eyes turned into fear and dread. Bang! Following which, the raging flame mountain splitting bear's huge body was directly smashed to the ground by Du Xiaofu's fist, and the impact caused the ground to crack. Du Xiaofu's figure landed on the ground, wrapped in golden light. His clear eyes flickered with golden light as he ruthlessly stomped on the raging flame mountain splitting bear's body. Roar! That seemingly weak kick caused the raging flame mountain splitting bear to let out a blood-curdling roar. This bear's paw will definitely be good for barbecue. Du Xiaofu revealed a smile. Golden light erupted from his hand and directly enveloped the raging flame mountain splitting bear's paw. The golden winged rock suppressed it and fiercely pulled. Roar! The pitiful raging flame mountain-splitting bear was a Nirvana realm demonic beast expert, and not many people in the entire dark forest dared to provoke it. However, at this moment, it was letting out a blood-curdling shriek as it spat out large mouthfuls of blood. A huge bear paw was forcefully torn off by Du Xiaofu, and it was dripping with blood. It was a tragic sight. Oh my God, he's too ferocious. This is even more demonic than demonic beasts. Everyone on the city tower was shocked and gasped. That purple-robed young man was so ferocious, tearing off the eagle's wings and pulling off the bear's paw. Those were all terrifying demonic beasts in the Nirvana realm. All demonic beasts get lost. Otherwise, I'll barbecue all of you. Du Xiaofu's figure once again stepped into the sky, and his thunderous roar was deafening. Golden light erupted, and his aura was extremely domineering. A wave of pressure swept across the sky. Roar! Roar! All the demonic beasts trembled violently. Under that terrifying aura, they couldn't resist at all. With the fear that came from their bloodline, they instantly flapped their wings and flew away. Under the sunset, they cast a large shadow and quickly rushed into the dense mountain range and forest, disappearing. The terrifying, ferocious birds in midair were so frightened by the pressure that they almost turned around and fell. At this moment, all of them were struggling to leave in fear. The iron-armored demonic vulture that had a broken wing flapped the other half of its wing and fled in panic. It didn't dare to stay and flee for its life. The raging flame mountain-splitting bear that had a broken paw was also fleeing for its life. It didn't dare to stop at all, as it was afraid that the purple-robed young man would chase after it. Huff! Huff! Looking at the square that was filled with dust at this moment, the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. The roars and cries were getting further and further away in panic. Everyone on the city wall gasped. Who would have thought that the thousands of terrifying demonic beasts were actually scared away by that purple-robed young man? The raging flame mountain-splitting bear and the iron-armored demonic vulture even left behind their paws and wings. That young man is too powerful. Everyone was in disbelief, and their hearts were thumping. It's him. He's that ferocious Du Xiaofu, Tianwu Academy's Du Xiaofu, the Du Xiaofu who killed the Black Fiend Sect's young master, Shui Yunming. I heard that Du Xiaofu has already been conferred the title of Marquis in the Stone Dragon Empire and defeated the Tianhu Empire's martial king, realm human king, Lu Kuan. Why is he here? On the city wall, someone finally recognized the purple-robed young man. When the three words Du Xiaofu spread out, the surrounding people's gazes changed drastically. Hurry up and open the city gate. On the city wall, Hua Fankong looked at the sky with trembling eyes as he spoke to the bald man beside him. Commander Hua, why? The bald man was puzzled. The talisman array on the city wall was a special existence. It wasn't set up by a talisman master on the spot. It was a fixed talisman array. Every time it was opened and closed, it would consume a lot of energy. Hua Fankong looked at the bald man and sternly said, "Because our World Society's president is here. Inform everyone that the president is here. All the World Society's disciples welcome him." Today's update is complete. Chapter 494. President. The bald man was stunned. He opened the city gates in a daze after being reprimanded by Hua Fankong. The city gate opened. Amidst the astonished gazes on the city tower, all the disciples of the World Society rushed out. Yi Piaoling and Hua Fankong were at the front. They walked towards the purple-robed youth outside the city. "Greetings, President." Hua Fankong bowed to Du Xiaofu respectfully when they stood before the purple-robed youth. All the members of the World Society were stunned. All along, the World Society only had the King of Medicine and the Eagle King Gongblade. Other than Hua Fankong and Yi Piaoling, no one knew who the president was. Even to the members of the World Society, the president was a huge mystery. There were often World Society disciples and outsiders who guessed that with the Medicine King and the Eagle King's gong blade in charge of the World Society, the president must be a terrifying expert. Now that they saw the president was the purple-robed youth, it was absolutely shocking to the members of the World Society. They didn't expect the president to be so young. The bald man was the most shocked. When he saw that the purple-robed youth was the president, he remembered that he didn't open the city gates. He broke out in cold sweat and wanted to die. "Greetings, President!" The members of the World Society bowed to Hua Fankong. After the initial shock, they followed suit. "Rise." Du Xiaofu nodded to Hua Fankong and the others. Then his gaze landed on the black-robed youth. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Martial Lord Nirvana Realm, you broke through again? I have to thank the King of Medicine for this. However, don't compare yourself to me. I don't want to feel unbalanced." Yi Piaoling looked at Du Xiaofu. There was an innate, piercingly cold sharpness in his eyes. However, at this moment his face was filled with gentleness, after which he turned around slightly and looked at the stunned first princess, Cheng Shengnan, behind Du Xiaofu, after which he smiled at Du Xiaoqing and Du Xiaoyao. There was some gentleness in his piercingly cold and sharp eyes. "You broke through quite quickly. Not bad." Du Xiaoyao acted like a senior like Zhen Qingchen. People couldn't help but laugh. "You look much better when you smile than when you don't. You should be like my brother and smile more." Du Xiaoqing patted Yi Piaoling's shoulder and spoke like a big sister. "Okay, I will smile more in the future." Yi Piaoling smiled. She had a high nose bridge, and her thin lips contained some arrogance. Her temperament was extraordinary. However, at this moment, she was filled with gentleness in front of Du Xiaoqing and Du Xiaoyao. It was likely that any girl would be confused by her. When the surrounding World Society disciples saw the young lady and the little golden macaque looking down on the killing god, Yi Piaoling, and the killing god Yi Piaoling, and even smiled, they were shocked. "Let me introduce you. She is Cheng Shengnan." Du Xiaofu introduced the princess to Yi Piaoling. Then he introduced Yi Piaoling to Cheng Shengnan. "She is my friend, Yi Piaoling." Cheng Shengnan smiled at Yi Piaoling. However, she secretly glanced at Yi Piaoling. Du Xiaofu's introduction was only 6 words. The words, "my friend," gave her a special meaning. "Sister Shengnan is my future sister-in-law." Du Xiaoqing smiled at Yi Piaoling after Du Xiaofu introduced Cheng Shengnan. Yi Piaoling nodded slightly at Cheng Shengnan. However, she wasn't as casual as she was with Du Xiaoqing and Du Xiaoyao. Her temperament returned to its original coldness. She was like an eagle in the night, proud and aloof. "This is Hua Fankong, the leader of the World Society." Du Xiaofu then introduced Hua Fankong to Cheng Shengnan. "Let's go and see your World Society. Senior King of Medicine came back 2 days ago and said that you would come to Chaos Demon City in a few days." Yi Piaoling said to Du Xiaofu, "Let's go. Bring the bear paws and bird wings. We can barbecue them when we go back." Du Xiaofu nodded. He didn't forget to bring the giant bear paws and bird wings. "He is Du Xiaofu. I met him before. He is the Du Xiaofu who killed the young master of the Black Fiend sect, Shui Yunming. I didn't expect him to be the leader of the World Society. I really didn't expect this." The surrounding mountains were connected. There were continuous buildings in the middle. It was a big city all around. Other than Chaos Demon City, it was hard to find a place like this. Among the continuous buildings, there were ancient buildings. There were also many courtyards and pavilions that had been renovated recently. In the middle of the buildings was a huge ancient pagoda. The 3 golden words World Society stood on it, shining brightly. Night fell. Du Xiaofu saw the King of Medicine, Yi Wuming, Eagle King, Gong Dao, Hua Fankong, and Yi Piaoling in the side hall. Li Shui, who had just arrived recently, was also in the group. Du Xiaofu learned from her that the Dark Wolf had sent a letter to ask the King of Medicine, Yi Wuming, to help. After that, he immediately rushed back to the imperial capital. "How is your uncle?" King of Medicine, Yi Wuming, asked Du Xiaofu. Thank you, Elder E. Uncle is fine now. Du Xiaofu bowed. He had to thank Elder E for his uncle's safety. It's good that you are fine. Now that you are back, I don't have to worry anymore. King of Medicine, Yi Wuming, said to Du Xiaofu, I believe that the silver-winged demonic condor and the rest will not be able to hold themselves back any longer. If they did not need my help, they would not have waited until now. The silver-winged demonic condor asked Elder E for help? Upon hearing this, Du Xiaofu's expression was rather doubtful. He had not heard Yao Wang mention this matter a few days ago when he was at the Du clan in Shi City. President, the silver-winged demonic condor, the tiger-subduing mastiff, and the pale flame-red leopard are all asking for help from the King of Medicine. They want the King of Medicine to refine pills for them to help them break through, especially the silver-winged demonic condor. It is already at the Nirvana realm of the Beast King realm. The Eagle King, Gong Dao, cupped his hands and said to Du Xiaofu. He looked at Du Xiaofu with mixed feelings. Back then, he was forced to join the World Society. Naturally, he was not willing to accept it. In this half a year, he had indeed gained a lot of benefits. The King of Medicine had even personally refined pills for him. Although his cultivation had not reached the point where he could directly break through to the next level, it had increased by a lot. In the World Society, his position was second only to the King of Medicine. He was respected by the World Society disciples. Therefore, in this half a year, he had integrated into the World Society. The King of Medicine smiled faintly and said to Du Xiaofu, the silver-winged demonic condor and the others want me to refine some pills for them to increase their strength, especially the silver-winged demonic condor. If he can get a monarch beast pill, he'll have a 50% chance of breaking through to the beast emperor realm. But the monarch beast pill is a monarch beast pill. It's hard for me to refine it. Even if I could refine it, I wouldn't be able to refine it for them. If I increase their cultivation, we'll be in a passive position. Du Xiaofu's eyebrows twitched as if he was thinking of something. He then smiled faintly and said, These beasts really know how to think. Let's put the silver-winged demonic condor's matter aside for now. Anyway, the silver-winged demonic condor and the others have scruples. They won't dare to touch the World Society easily. Now that you are back, the World Society has something more important than those beasts. I'm afraid you need to deal with it. The King of Medicine looked at Du Xiaofu and frowned slightly. Old Medicine, what is more important than dealing with the silver-winged demonic condor and the others? Du Xiaofu looked at the King of Medicine, Yi Wuming's expression, and immediately became serious. Something more important than dealing with the silver-winged demonic condor would naturally be very troublesome. This, the King of Medicine smiled bitterly and said to Du Xiaofu, Actually, this has a lot to do with me. You can say that it started because of me. But this situation needs you to deal with it. Let the King of Medicine tell you. The King of Medicine nodded and said to Du Xiaofu, During this period of time, the World Society has been developing well in the Chaos Demon City. Because of the King of Medicine, many people have come to join us. Back then, I had a discussion with the King of Medicine. The World Society has just started and is in the period of development. We have relaxed some conditions for people to join us. This has allowed the World Society to gather many experts during this period of time. The outside world has always thought that the King of Medicine, Yi Wuming, and I are overseeing the World Society. In addition, there is also the God of Slaughter, Yi Piaoling, as our general. But they don't know that there are actually many experts hidden in the World Society. When the name God of Slaughter was mentioned, Yi Piaoling's face helplessly flashed with a bitter smile. When Du Xiaofu heard that there were other experts hidden in the World Society, he was surprised. The King of Medicine, Yi Wuming, had not mentioned this at all in the Stone City. The King of Medicine, Yi Wuming, seemed to see Du Xiaofu's surprise and said to Du Xiaofu, Don't be surprised. When you were in the Stone City, you were worried about your uncle. I couldn't tell you about these troublesome things. However, although this is troublesome, it is still manageable. Plus, it started because of me, so I didn't mention it to you. I wanted to wait until you came to the Chaos Demon City to tell you. The King of Medicine continued to say to Du Xiaofu. Actually, in the world society, other than the King of Medicine and me, there are many other martial lord realm cultivators. There is even another king realm cultivator. There is another king realm cultivator. When Du Xiaofu heard this, his heart trembled. Chapter 495. It's a 6-star mystic tier talisman master called Mountain Man Wu Zhen. He used to be on good terms with me, and he owed me a favor 30 years ago. Back then, I saved his life. When he heard that I was in chaotic Demon City, he came looking for me. The Medicine King sighed softly, then said to Du Xiaofu, Mountain Man Wu Zhen can be considered a loose cultivator. He's all alone in the world, so he wanted to stay in the world society. I thought that with his status and strength, staying in the world society would be beneficial to the world society, so I let him stay. A 6-star mystic tier talisman master should naturally stay. It's a great thing for our world society. Du Xiaofu nodded his head. A 6-star mysterious talisman master was definitely an expert that any faction would flock to fight over. Joining any faction would allow him to receive the treatment of a VIP. If he wanted to stay in the world gathering, it would naturally be a great thing. Eagle King Gong Dao frowned slightly, then raised an eyebrow and said, President is right. A 6-star mystic tier talisman master is willing to stay. It's naturally a great thing. It's just that our world society has only been established in chaotic Demon City for a short period of time. Later on, we've subdued quite a number of small and medium-sized factions, and they've long surpassed our original world society. The leaders of those subdued factions have 2 reasons for submitting to the world society. One is that they're afraid of death, and the other is that they want to benefit from it. After a long time, they've all gathered together. Hearing Eagle King Gong Dao's words, Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. He immediately understood what Eagle King Gong Dao and Medicine King Yiwuming were trying to say. The world society would rise, but they didn't have enough trump cards up their sleeves. Most of those factions who submitted to the world society were afraid of Eagle King Gong Dao on one hand, and wanted to benefit from Medicine King Yiwuming on the other. There were probably only a few who truly submitted to the world society. After a long time, they naturally formed cliques and factions. Many of those who sought refuge and those who surrendered have formed 2 factions. A small number of them still listen to me and the Medicine King, but most of them have joined forces with Hermit Wu Zhen. In the beginning, we didn't say much. After all, the World Assembly has just been established. We thought that since Hermit Wu Zhen was an expert, he should know his limits since he had joined the World Assembly. Eagle King Gong Dao continued. However, we didn't expect that as Mountain Man Wu Zhen's forces grew, there would be some changes. He began to interfere in the society's matters. Not only did he not stop dispatching people, but his group of people also gradually became more arrogant and domineering. Sometimes they even disobeyed orders. Some of those who submitted to the world society gradually became malignant tumors in the world society. After the Medicine King spoke to Mountain Man Wu Zhen a few times, Mountain Man Wu Zhen appeared polite on the surface, but he didn't take them seriously. As Eagle King Gong Dao finished speaking, Du Xiaofu's brows knitted tightly. According to Eagle King Gong Dao's words, the world society's internal situation was indeed more dangerous than facing the silver-winged demonic condor. President, the internal situation of the world society is indeed more serious, especially Incense Master Ho Bumming and Incense Master Chao Yu. The 2 of them have formed cliques and are extremely arrogant. It's difficult for anyone to control them. Li Shui said to Du Xiaofu. Her beautiful eyes flickered and her clothes were still provocative. After coming to the World Society for the past few days, she had a rough understanding of the World Society's situation. Ho Bumming came here to seek refuge. He has the strength of a perfected martial marquis and was originally a ferocious person. Chao Yu was the sect master of the Green Mountain sect, the largest faction in the Chaos Demon City. He is also a perfected martial marquis. However, after consuming the Medicine King's goo poison pill, he is more well-behaved than Ho Bumming. However, due to Ho Bumming's influence, the two of them have been getting closer. Du Xiaofu sat upright with a solemn expression. The world society was developing very quickly. However, since he wasn't in the society, the Medicine King probably didn't have much authority, even though he was focused on comprehending and refining puppets. As for Hermit Wuzhen, he was a talisman master, and the Eagle King's gong saber couldn't control him. As time passed, the people below him all had complicated backgrounds and were all scheming. After someone fanned the flames, it naturally led to the current situation. As a talisman master, Hermit Wuzhen had an extraordinary status. With him as the leader, no one except the Medicine King would be able to suppress the world society. Below him, Hua Fankong's strength wasn't strong enough to control the situation. Yi Piaoling's strength wasn't ordinary and her killing intent was fierce. However, Ho Bumming and Chao Yu, who were both perfected martial marquis, had a ferocious reputation, while the other was the master of a region. The two of them should be cunning and sinister people. Yi Piaoling probably couldn't control the situation alone. Looks like I have to face this as the president. A moment later, Du Xiaofu exhaled slightly from his abdomen. Looking at Hua Fankong, he smiled faintly and said, "Commander Hua, inform everyone who can make it to gather at the World Meeting's drill ground tomorrow morning, especially all the leaders. Whoever dares to not make it will be severely punished." "Yes, I will inform them now." Hua Fankong immediately nodded. His heart trembled slightly. He had been in the dark forest for so long and was even a leader back then. He wasn't a fool. Hearing the president's words, he knew that once the president returned, he would immediately reorganize the world society. He immediately left the side hall and prepared to inform all the leaders of the world society. Looking at Hua Fankong's retreating figure, the Medicine King, Yi Wuming, slightly narrowed his eyes. He smiled at Du Xiaofu and said, "I won't be going tomorrow. Just do what you need to do. However, you have to be careful. Some people are wavering. With a little intimidation, it shouldn't be a big problem for now." "Rest assured, Senior Medicine." Du Xiaofu nodded. A sharp light flashed in his deep and clear eyes. "Of course I'm not worried." Medicine King Yi Wuming smiled. With Du Xiaoqing, that girl, there was nothing for him to be worried about tomorrow. He was only thinking about the effect tomorrow. Anyway, those people definitely wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. All right, business is almost done. There's still bear paws and bird wings. Are you interested in roasting them? Du Xiaofu stretched and looked at Yi Piaoling. "I don't know if it will taste good. I can try it." Yi Piaoling smiled faintly. "It should taste good." Du Xiaofu smiled and then asked Li Shui, "Do you have wine?" "Yes, I will go get it now." Li Shui nodded slightly. However, she felt helpless in her heart. Facing the internal crisis of the world society, this guy had just returned and was still in the mood to eat and drink. It seemed that he really couldn't be treated as an ordinary person. A moment later, on a mountain peak, a bonfire flickered under the moonlight. A huge bear paw and bird wings were being roasted over a small fire on a grill made of rocks. The aroma of the meat filled the air. Du Xiaofu sprinkled the fragrant leaves and seasonings he found on the bear paws and bird wings. The bear paws and bird wings sizzled with oil, and the aroma of the meat assailed his nostrils. Just thinking about it made him drool. Smelling this meat fragrance that caused one's appetite to soar, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, and Du Xiaoyao by the side had already accumulated power and were ready to attack at any time. Eldest Princess Cheng Xingnan also looked strangely at the serious Du Xiaofu. Without a doubt, she couldn't resist the aroma of the meat. Li Shui and Hua Fankong, as well as the other two middle-aged men, also twitched their noses under the aroma of the meat and looked at it in surprise. One of the two men was called Bai Qi, a martial marquis at the profound level. The other was called Xia Wenxing, a martial marquis at the initial level. The two of them had a close relationship with Hua Fankong and didn't mix with Mountain Man Wu Zhen and the others. They were summoned by the Eagle King's gong blade. On the mountain peak, Du Xiaofu was focused on roasting the bear paw and bird wings. These were the paw and bird wings of a beast marquis at the Nirvana realm. The energy contained within was extraordinary. At this moment, the aroma of the meat filled the air, and there was a rich energy fluctuation. Anyone could tell that eating this barbecued meat was much more beneficial than eating some pills. Du Xiaofu was no stranger to this kind of roasted meat. In terms of roasting meat, Du Xiaofu had learned it from Fu Yibai. At this moment, while roasting the bear paw and bird wings, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but think of Fu Yibai. Du Xiaofu didn't know where Fu Yibai was. He was already so old. But he still had to leave the Du family. He could only pray that the old man was safe and sound. Sizzle! Just as the aroma of the meat reached its peak, the aroma of the beast marquis, realm beast meat, was something that no one could resist. At this moment, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. Two more people appeared on the mountain peak. One was the Medicine King Yi Wuming, and the other was the Eagle King's gong blade. The aroma is overflowing. The Eagle King's gong blade landed on the ground and immediately stood in front of Du Xiaofu's roasted meat. His saliva was overflowing. Gulp! The Medicine King Yi Wuming didn't say anything. He leaned forward and looked at the bear paw and bird wings in front of Du Xiaofu. Gulp! 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 You are the Eagle King's gong blade. Watch out for my sword. As the Eagle King's gong blade appeared, the first Princess Cheng Xingnan suddenly shouted. Suddenly, a terrifying rune exploded from her palm. Buzzing sounds of wind and thunder resounded. The light retracted and the mid-grade Tao artifact, Rock Dragon Wind and Thunder Sword, appeared in her hand. The blunt sword swept out with incomparable sharpness. Multicolored light shot up into the sky along with a murderous aura. Swish! Swish! As the sword light swept out, an ancient and terrifying aura rushed out. A terrifying pressure descended out of nowhere, causing people to tremble. A vast energy fluctuation swept out like an ocean, as if it was tearing apart space. It instantly enveloped the Eagle King's gong blade. At this moment, no one expected such a change. Everyone's expression changed. Even Du Xiaofu didn't expect that the first Princess Cheng Xingnan would suddenly make a move on the Eagle King's gong blade. Not good. This is troublesome. However, Du Xiaofu seemed to have thought of something as his expression changed. Rock Dragon Wind and Thunder Sword, you are a member of the Cheng family. Chapter 496. Rock Dragon Wind Lightning Sword, you are from the Cheng family. Eagle King Gong Dao's expression changed drastically as he recognized Cheng Xinnan's background. His expression darkened as his ferocious aura filled the sky. In a short moment, his 5 fingers formed a claw as energy erupted like a flash flood. Swoosh! The claw print enveloped the night sky. Terrifying energy distorted the space, causing faint arc-shaped indentations to appear in the space before the claw print. With a low, muffled sound of spatial energy, it finally tore apart a large area of sword light. Vigorous rune energy, force, spread out in all directions like waves. Whoosh! The mighty energy spread across the sky as the runes shattered. Eagle King Gong Dao blocked the sword light. Deng deng! On the other hand, First Princess Cheng Xingnan retreated slightly. Even with the Rock Dragon Wind Lightning Sword, she could not do anything to Eagle King Gong Dao. Let's talk nicely. Du Xiaofu's figure suddenly appeared between the two of them. He looked at the two of them with a bitter smile on his face. There is no way to talk nicely. Eagle King Gong Dao deceived my aunt and left in the end, causing my aunt to wait bitterly for 15 years. She was hurt by love and had no medicine. In the end, she died of depression. Cheng Xingnan glared hatefully at Eagle King Gong Dao. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved as he was surprised to hear this. He had heard from Medicine King Yi Wuming that Eagle King Gong Dao was a fugitive from the Stone Dragon Empire. One of his eyes was injured by an expert from the Chung family. He did not expect it to be because of love. Sigh, Eagle King Gong Dao sighed as he looked at Chung Xingnan and said, 25 years have passed in the blink of an eye. I did not expect the girl from back then to have grown up so much. Speaking of which, I even hugged you when we were young. You know best what happened back then. If not for your Chung family looking down on me for not being strong enough and wanting to marry your aunt into the Gu family, I would not have been forced to leave. When I returned, I was already, with a long sigh, Eagle King Gong Dao's single I rippled as he sighed. Looks like there's quite a story behind this. Hearing about the Eagle King's gong blade, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. There was definitely a lot of inside information and secrets. I can't beat you, and I can't do anything to you. As a member of the Chung family, I've done my duty. As the Eagle King Gong Blade's voice faded, first Princess Chung Shengnan put away the rock dragon wind lightning sword. Immediately after, half a jade pendant appeared in her slender hand. She tossed it to the Eagle King Gong Blade. Her red lips parted slightly, and there was a complicated expression in her eyes. She said, My aunt secretly gave this to me before she left. She asked me to return this jade pendant to you. She also asked me to tell you that I will not let you down in this life. In this life, I didn't let you down. Eagle King Gong Dao took the jade pendant from Chung Xingnan's hand and held it in his palm as he softly chanted the words. Phew! Seeing this, Du Xiaofu let out a sigh of relief. He then said to everyone, Okay, everyone, let's eat the barbecue. Begin. Du Xiaoyao was the most impolite. She immediately pounced on the bare paw. The little tiger knew how delicious the barbecue was, so he didn't hold back either. Du Xiaoqing smelled the aroma of the meat and couldn't hold back. Naturally, she wouldn't be slower than Du Xiaoyao. Let's do it. Du Xiaofu used his dagger to cut off a few pieces of meat. The aroma of the meat was overflowing, and the energy-fluctuating bare paw was wrapped in a large piece of vanilla. He handed it to first Princess Chung Xingnan, Yi Piaoling, Li Shui, Hua Fankong, Bai Qi, and Xiao Wenqing. Only then did he go to Medicine King Yi Wuming's side. Oldie, try it. Du Xiaofu smiled and handed a piece of barbecue to Medicine King Yi Wuming. It looks good. Medicine King Yi Wuming didn't hold back. However, when he ate, he still had to take into account his dignity. After tasting the first bite, Medicine King Yi Wuming's eyes lit up. He immediately forgot about his image and dignity. He wasn't much slower than Du Xiaoqing and Du Xiaoyao. At a corner of the mountain, Eagle King Gong Dao sat quietly on a rock. The moonlight shone brightly in the sky, revealing an indescribable silence. The Eagle King Gong Dao's palm held two halves of a jade pendant. When placed together, it was a complete round jade pendant. The sharp gaze of the single eye that made people's hearts palpitate was rippling at this moment. There are some things that I am still young and don't understand, so I don't know what to say right now. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of Eagle King and sat directly next to him. He held a large piece of barbecue meat in one hand and handed it to Eagle King Gong Dao with the other hand. He also had 2 gourds of wine. His gaze was fixed on the moon in the sky. However, my cooking is not bad. If you miss it, it will definitely be a loss. Eagle King Gong Dao glanced at Du Xiaofu and immediately put away the jade pendant. He took the barbecue meat and wine from Du Xiaofu's hands and stuffed them into his mouth. He took a big bite and his eyes lit up. He opened the wine cork and drank a large mouthful of strong wine. He let out a long breath and said, The wine is good. The meat is even more fragrant. If I miss it, it will indeed be a loss. Luckily, I didn't miss it. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He quietly ate and drank with Eagle King Gong Dao while looking at the moon in the sky. Occasionally, he would touch the wine gourd. You must become strong. In this world, strength is everything. Everything around you needs to be protected by strength. Eagle King Gong Dao suddenly said softly, as if he was talking to Du Xiaofu, but also as if he was talking to himself. I will definitely become strong, a true strong person. Looking at the moon in the sky, Du Xiaofu seemed to be replying to Eagle King Gong Dao, but also seemed to be talking to himself. When Du Xiaofu and Eagle King Gong Dao finished their barbecued meat and got up to get more, they were depressed to find that the huge bear paws and bird wings had already been cleaned out by everyone. Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, and even Medicine King, Yi Wuming, had greasy mouths. Hua Fankong, Bai Qi, and Xia Wenqing reeked of alcohol. They were still chewing on the barbecued meat in their mouths. They definitely ate a lot. Li Shui and First Princess Cheng Xingnan were relatively better off. However, the current appearance of these two women with greasy mouths was probably beyond everyone's imagination. However, everyone had one thing in common. Their faces were glowing red. The energy contained in the flesh of a beast, lord, realm demonic beast, was a great supplement. Although the bear paws and bird wings had been greatly affected by Du Xiaofu's barbecue, they still contained a shocking amount of energy. It was enough for everyone to obtain a lot of benefits. Looks like we'll have to get more next time. Eagle King Gong Dao's face was filled with regret. He could only drink alone. Late at night, the bright moon hung high in the sky. In a small hall in the courtyard of the World Gathering, there was a pearl shining brightly. Many people were sitting inside. That brat is really impressive. He actually said that if we don't show up tomorrow, we'll punish them severely. If it weren't for us, would the World Gathering have been able to unify Chaos Demon City? Would they have been able to compete with the one pavilion, one castle, and two sects? That brat really thinks that he's the president and wants to ride on our heads just because he has some talent. He probably has some relationship with Medicine King and Eagle King. In the small hall, a thin man in his 40s had an unhappy expression on his face. The aura around his body was slightly rippling, and it was extremely vigorous and sharp. This proved that this person's strength was definitely not weak. There was also a faint smell of blood in his aura, which proved that this person was definitely not a good person. Commander Ho is right. Although Du Xiaofu is somewhat extraordinary, rumor has it that he's already a marquis in the Stone Dragon Empire and has defeated the human king of the Tianhu Empire, Lu Kuan. However, if he wants to ride on our heads in Chaos Demon City, I'm afraid he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This is the Dark Forest. That brat Du Xiaofu is a marquis in the Stone Dragon Empire. Don't tell me we'll be considered people of the Stone Dragon Empire in the future. I didn't expect the president of the World Gathering to be a brat. If I had known, I wouldn't have joined in the first place. Am I supposed to work for a brat in the future? What a joke. As soon as the thin man finished speaking, everyone in the small hall echoed his words. Their emotions were extremely intense. In the small hall, an old man who looked to be in his 70s was sitting at the head of the table. He was tall and thin, and his body was thin and frail. He wore a long robe that gave off a feeling that he was wearing a cloak. The old man sat upright at the head of the table and watched the quarrel without saying anything. Commander Chao, you used to be the head of the Qingshan sect. Are you really willing to let a brat ride on your head? If it was the Medicine King, it would be fine. But what's with that brat? The thin man called Commander Ho looked at a burly man of about the same age as him and asked. This burly man's figure was much stronger than Commander Ho's. He wore a brown short robe. His short black hair was trimmed at the temples. The short robe revealed a pair of ferocious beast tattoos on his arms. His entire person exuded a ferocious aura. In the Dark Forest, this person was definitely an illustrious figure. He was the head of the Qingshan sect, the largest human faction in the Demon Chaos City. Chao Yu was a peak martial marquis. His violent and ferocious style was enough to make his opponents tremble in fear. Hearing this, Chao Yu's eyes moved. He seemed to be thinking about something. Then he said, I think we should go tomorrow. Even if it's to give the Medicine King face, We still have to go. We'll see when the time comes. Today's update has arrived. I also recommend Eternal Overlord. The modern assassin Luo Han died in an accident. His soul crossed over and was reborn in the Eternal Continent. Let's see how he breaks through the void, cracks the earth, and aspires to the peak of the firmament after obtaining the shocking inheritance in this foreign land. Readers who are out of books can go and see if it's to your liking. Chapter 497. Hermit, what do you think? We'll listen to you. Commander Ho turned to the side and looked up at the tall, thin, long-robed old man who looked to be in his 70s. Commander Chow is right. Even if we have to give face to the Medicine King, we still have to make a trip. Since the president is here as a member of the World Society, how can we not see him? The long-robed old man said to the crowd, Everyone leave first. We'll go see the president tomorrow morning. Commander Ho, Chow Yu, and the others raised their eyebrows when they heard the long-robed old man's words. However, they couldn't say anything else. They nodded and left. Early in the morning, everything was silent. The first rays of the morning sun shone on Chaos Demon City. The World Society's drill ground was bustling with noise early in the morning. There were no less than 10,000 people in the huge and vast square. Although the World Society hadn't risen for long in the past half a year, it had gained quite a number of members after subduing many small and medium-sized factions. In front of the crowd, the leaders of the World Society were all present. Hua Fankong, Li Shui, Bai Qi, Xiao Wenqing, and the others were all present. On the other side, the tall and skinny old man in long robes, Chow Yu, and the others were present. However, strangely, they did not see Vice Chief Ho. In the crowd, Bai Qi's expression changed slightly. She glanced at the long-robed old man and the others and said softly, Ho Bumming's group doesn't seem to be here yet. His good days should be coming to an end. Hua Fankong smiled faintly. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, there was the sound of wind breaking in the air. Then, several figures appeared in the air. Everyone looked up. In the lead was a purple-robed young man with a purple broadsword on his back. On his left and right were two beautiful women. On the left was an innocent young girl. There was also a pale, golden macaque on his shoulder. Behind them was a small black cat. Lastly, the Eagle King, Gong Dao, and Yi Piaoling followed. The 5 of them landed in the center of the drill ground. Greetings, President. Hua, Fankong, Bai Qi, Xiao Wenqing, and the others bowed when they saw Du Xiaofu. Greetings, President. When the other World Society disciples saw this, their expressions changed slightly. After looking left and right, they saw that the people around them were all bowing, so they could only chime in. Only the tall and skinny old man, Chow Yu, and many others with extraordinary auras stood quietly. They sized up Du Xiaofu and the others without much respect. No need for formalities. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across his surroundings as he faintly nodded his head. The World Society currently had quite a number of members, especially those at the Martial Marquis stage, with even more at the Pulse Spirit stage. This scale could not be underestimated. Du Xiaofu sighed in his heart. So many people had gathered in such a short period of time. Moreover, they were all from various factions and factions. It was no wonder that the world seemed to be on the rise on the surface. But in reality, there were many malignant tumors and endless hidden troubles. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on a tall and thin-robed old man standing in front of the crowd. Yi Piaoling raised his head and looked straight at Hermit Wu Zhen. He said indifferently, Hermit Wu Zhen, why aren't you bowing when you see the president? So this is the president. This old one is getting old and my bones are getting old. My old waist can no longer play. I seek the president's forgiveness. Hermit Wu Zhen did not reply to Yi Piaoling's words. Instead, his gaze landed on Du Xiaofu as he spoke softly with a smile on his old face. Hermit Wu Zhen, you're being too serious. We're all members of the World Society, so there's naturally no need for you to be so polite. Du Xiaofu smiled indifferently. His expression was calm, and no one could tell what he was thinking. His gaze did not linger on Hermit Wu Zhen for long. Instead, he looked at the World Society disciples around the drill ground and said with a faint smile, "I reckon that everyone is still unfamiliar with me. Therefore, let me introduce myself. I'm from Tianwu Academy, and my name is Du Xiaofu. I'm currently the president of the World Society." As expected of Tianwu Academy's Du Xiaofu, he's the champion of the Tianwu tournament and the #1 on the martial ranking. Du Xiaofu, rumor has it that he's the courage god king of the Stone Dragon Empire. As Du Xiaofu's words fell, the hearts of the World Society disciples trembled. Although they had heard that the president of the World Society was Tianwu Academy's Du Xiaofu, the courage god king of the Stone Dragon Empire, and Du Xiaofu's deeds had spread throughout the Chaos Demon City overnight, they were still shocked when they heard Du Xiaofu's words. However, Hermit Wu Zhen's old face was secretly pale. He originally wanted to take advantage of his seniority, but he could sense that Du Xiaofu didn't care about him at all. He was a 6-star mystical talisman master and a talisman master. He was one of the top experts in the entire Dark Forest. If he joined any empire or faction, he would be treated with the greatest respect. Even in the entire Middle Continent, he could be considered an expert with his cultivation, strength, and status. However, Du Xiaofu didn't seem to care about him at all. This puzzled him and made him feel uneasy. Hermit Wu Zhen thought that there were only 2 reasons why Du Xiaofu didn't care about him. The first reason was that Du Xiaofu only had talent and strength, but he was arrogant and unruly. It was difficult for him to achieve anything great. Such a person would fall sooner or later. The second reason was that Du Xiaofu didn't care about a 6-star mystical talisman master like him at all. However, even Hermit Wu Zhen did not believe in the second hypothesis. He was a 6-star talisman master and an array talisman master at that. If he were to leave, wouldn't the World Society beg him to stay? Haha, I'm sorry. I was meditating last night and was delayed this morning. Please forgive me. I almost missed the meeting with you. At this moment, a laughter was heard from outside the drill grounds. Soon after, a middle-aged burly man led 20 figures as they slowly walked over from outside the drill grounds. Upon hearing these words, the gazes from all around the drill ground turned to look, each of their expressions changing. It's Commander Ho and his group. They are clearly trying to embarrass the president. I'm afraid there will be a good show to watch later. Some people in the crowd discussed. The World Society disciples were naturally aware of the actions of Commander Ho and his group in the World Society. Du Xiaofu's gaze also fell on the group of people. They walked over slowly, neither too fast nor too slow. It was as if they were doing this on purpose. This is Ho Bumming. Eagle King Gong Dao's voice transmission landed in Du Xiaofu's ears. The leader, Ho Bumming, looked to be in his 40s. His aura rippled slightly. It was extremely vigorous and sharp. There was also a faint smell of blood in his aura. This proved that he wasn't just an expert. He wasn't someone to be trifled with. After a while, Ho Bumming leisurely walked to Du Xiaofu's side. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "I didn't expect the president to be so young and promising. I heard that you are the brave god king of the Stone Dragon Empire. I wonder if you can lead our World Society disciples to the Stone Dragon Empire to be conferred the title of Marquis and King in the future?" As Ho Bumming's voice fell, the 20-plus people behind him revealed malicious smiles. However, the entire square around the drill ground fell into silence. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Anyone could hear the insinuation in Ho Bumming's words. In the Dark Forest, everyone was hostile to the surrounding empires. Now that Ho Bumming deliberately mentioned Du Xiaofu's identity in the Stone Dragon Empire, his meaning was self-evident. Du Xiaofu's gaze fell on Ho Bumming. Then he swept his gaze across the group of people one by one. All the gazes in the surroundings were focused on him. At this moment, all of them wanted to know how this young president, who had appeared out of nowhere, would react. However, the numerous World Society disciples present only saw that after a short moment, Du Xiaofu instead revealed a faint smile towards Ho Bumming. He said lightly, in sense, Lord Ho has been adjusting his breathing for the entire night. It's normal for him to forget the time. Du Xiaofu's voice was as calm as ever. No one could hear any emotion from it. As Du Xiaofu's words fell, Ho Bumming's eyes twitched without leaving a trace. Ho Bumming was definitely experienced and knowledgeable. At this moment, when he looked at the calm and resolute face, he felt that this seemingly young president was not as easy to deal with as he had imagined. The situation that he had originally prepared to face did not develop in the direction that he had predicted. Ho Bumming could only lead his group toward Hermit Wuzhen. When he looked at Hermit Wuzhen, he realized that Hermit Wuzhen didn't have any reaction. It was as though he didn't see him. Ho Bumming could only stand behind Hermit Wuzhen silently. I've called everyone here today because I want to meet everyone. Secondly, as a student of Tianwu Academy and the brave God King of the Stone Dragon Empire, I'm afraid that I'm not suitable to be the president of the World Society. Therefore, I want to choose a new president from everyone. Du Xiaofu looked around the drill ground. His voice spread out along with his profound energy, allowing everyone to hear him clearly. Boom! What's going on? Choosing a new president? You're not joking, right? When Du Xiaofu finished speaking, the entire drill ground was in an uproar. Hermit Wuzhen, Ho Bumming, Chao Yu, and the others were completely stunned. At this moment, even Yi Piaoling by Qi, Eagle King, Gong Dao, and Li Shui were looking at Du Xiaofu in confusion. Eldest Princess Cheng Xingnan had been standing with Du Xiaoqing all this while. She wasn't a member of the World Society and naturally couldn't say anything. However, when she heard Du Xiaofu's words, her beautiful eyes were filled with doubt. Chapter 498. President, you can't. Hua Fankong's expression changed drastically. He immediately stepped forward and said to Du Xiaofu, I've already decided on this matter. Du Xiaofu said to Hua Fankong and the others. At the same time, he looked around the drill ground and said to all the World Society disciples, Now, everyone can choose a new president. Does anyone have a suitable candidate in mind? The surroundings were silent. Everyone looked at each other, their gazes filled with confusion. Commander Ho is strong and has been in the World Society for quite some time. He is the most suitable candidate. I recommend Commander Ho. Commander Chao is experienced and has been in chaotic Yao City for a long time. Commander Chao is the most suitable candidate. I recommend Commander Chao. In the crowd behind Ho Bumming and Chao Yu, after a short period of silence, someone finally spoke up. Then, someone loudly agreed. The voices of agreement were mostly in support of Ho Bumming and Chao Yu. There were even a few voices in support of Yi Piaoling. Hermit Wuzhen's face alternated between pale and pale. He actually couldn't hear any voices in support of him. This caused him to be filled with resentment. In the World Society, Hermit Wuzhen was a hidden expert. Only a few of the leaders knew of his existence. Ordinary disciples didn't know of his existence. Moreover, although Hermit Wuzhen's position in the World Society was high, he didn't have any real power or title. When he joined the World Society with his cultivation and status, he naturally couldn't be a commander like Hua Fankong, Chao Yu, Ho Bumming, and the others. The Medicine King and Eagle King Gong Dao didn't know what to do with Hermit Wuzhen either. Therefore, they only let him control the general direction of the World Society. As for his status, it would have to wait for the president to decide. Back then, Hermit Wuzhen didn't care. With his cultivation and status, he naturally didn't have to worry about his status in the World Society. Therefore, even now, Hermit Wuzhen didn't have any real status in the World Society. In fact, not many people knew of his identity and existence. Therefore, although Hermit Wuzhen was a hidden king-level expert in the World Society, he couldn't compare to Chao Yu and Ho Bumming's influence in the World Society. As more and more people voiced their support, the crowd chimed in. Instantly, more and more people supported Chao Yu and Ho Bumming to become the guild leaders. These were the forces that the two of them had nurtured. However, around the drill ground, Half of the world society's disciples were looking at each other with puzzled expressions and complicated gazes. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the crowd, a faint smile still on his face. I think it's better for a respectable hillman to be the president. Ho Bumming raised his head and recommended Mountain Man Wuzhen. However, a strange light flashed across his eyes. I also recommend the hermit. He is a man of virtue and prestige. He will definitely be able to bring the World Association to greater heights. Chao Yu did not miss the opportunity to recommend Hermit Wuzhen. How could he not know what Ho Bumming was thinking? How could he really hope for Hermit Wuzhen to become the president? It was just a polite remark. Besides, if they were to choose a president, they would not choose someone old. This was not a selection of elders. The two of you are too kind. The most important thing for a new president is to have enough strength to lead the World Association to greater heights. I am already old. Only then did a faint smile appear on Hermit Wuzhen's pale face. Although his words were polite, the meaning behind them was that he was retreating in order to advance. He purposely mentioned strength and was undoubtedly reminding everyone that he was the strongest. To become the president, one naturally needed absolute strength. Old fox. Ho Bumming and Chao Yu couldn't help cursing in their hearts when they heard Hermit Wuzhen's words. Du Xiaofu slowly took 2 steps forward. However, he only glanced at Hermit Wuzhen from the corner of his eyes before his gaze landed on Ho Bumming and Chao Yu. He said, "This old man is right. The most important thing for a new president is to have enough strength to lead the World Association to greater heights." It seems like the 2 most recommended candidates are Commander Ho and Commander Chao. This is making things difficult for me. At this moment, Hermit Wuzhen's face suddenly darkened. Du Xiaofu had directly called him old man. There was no doubt that he did not place him in his eyes. Du Xiaofu stopped and looked at Ho Bumming and Chao Yu. He said, "How about this? Between Commander Ho and Commander Chao, whoever is stronger will become the new president. How about it?" Ho Bumming and Chao Yu looked at each other at Du Xiaofu's words. They looked at Du Xiaofu with a smile, but for some reason they felt a chill in their hearts. It was extremely uncomfortable. "President, I'm afraid that this is a little difficult to compare." Ho Bumming hesitated as he looked at Du Xiaofu. Although he was also puzzled by Du Xiaofu's actions, he could not help but think that he had been unhindered his entire life. How could he be played by a brat who was still wet behind the ears? That's true. The 2 of you are both at the great circle of martial marquis cultivation. If you really want to compare, it will not be easy unless you fight to the death. If that happens, it will inevitably affect the harmony between the 2 of you. Du Xiaofu's expression became troubled when he heard this. After pacing around in thought for a while, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Ho Bumming. He said, "Commander Ho, Commander Chao, how about this? The 2 of you will each exchange 3 moves with me. This old man will determine who is stronger and who is weaker. The stronger one will become the new president. How about this?" After Du Xiaofu finished speaking, he looked at Mountain Man Wuzhen and asked, "Elder, can you be the judge for us?" Humph. Mountain Man Wuzhen let out a deep snort. He could not say anything after being called an old man by Du Xiaofu time and time again. He glanced at Ho Bumming and Chao Yu before nodding at Du Xiaofu. However, there was not much joy on his face as he said, "It is naturally not a problem to be a referee. Commanders, what do the 2 of you think?" Du Xiaofu smiled in satisfaction when he saw Hermit Wuzhen nod. He continued to ask Ho Bumming and Chao Yu. Ho Bumming and Chao Yu looked at each other. They felt uneasy, but they could not figure out what was wrong. They both nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. As the smile appeared on his face, all the surrounding World Society disciples could feel a domineering aura sweeping out from Du Xiaofu's body, causing the surrounding space to tremble with a loud bang. Chi! At the same time, Du Xiaofu's purple robe fluttered. He stomped on the ground and soared into the sky. A vast aura surged as he floated in the air. He looked at Ho Bumming and Chow Yu and asked with a faint smile, "Commanders, who will make the first move?" Ho Bumming's expression changed as he looked at Du Xiaofu in the air. While Chow Yu was still hesitating, Ho Bumming's aura surged as he leaped into the air and said, "In that case, let me exchange 3 moves with the association head first." Ho Bumming did not underestimate his opponent. He had his own plans and confidence. Although it was said that Du Xiaofu had defeated Lu Kuan, a martial king, in the Stone Dragon Empire, it was only a rumor. The nobles in the Stone Dragon Empire were probably exaggerating it to show off the might of the Stone Dragon Empire. Judging from Du Xiaofu's aura, Ho Bumming did not believe that this brat could contend against him at such a young age. If Chow Yu defeated this brat first and became the president of the World Society, Ho Bumming's gains would not make up for his losses. Du Xiaofu looked at Ho Bumming and smiled. "That's fine. I heard that Commander Ho's strength is extraordinary. However, don't hold back just because I'm the president of the World Society. You must show me your full strength." "Don't worry, President. I will do my best." As Ho Bumming's voice faded, everyone around the drill ground could feel that the atmosphere in the surrounding space had suddenly solidified. In the air, the two of them faced each other. Their auras fluctuated slowly as they looked at each other. However, everyone below could see that although President Du Xiaofu was young, he had left behind many legends in many places. As for Incense Master Ho Bumming, he also had a fierce reputation and had been famous for a long time. These two people were not easy to deal with. "Commander Ho, you only have 3 moves." Du Xiaofu stood in the air. His purple robe fluttered under the strong wind formed by faint golden xianqi. His clear eyes stared at Ho Bumming. He raised his head slightly and his aura gradually became overbearing. "Make your move. If you want to become the new president, you must have absolute strength." The expression in Ho Bumming's eyes suddenly changed the moment Du Xiaofu's word sounded. He had finally found an opportunity. He took a step forward and a sharp, cold glint shot out. In this short moment, the profound qi in his body erupted without any reservation. A sharp ripple spread across the sky with a bang. "Then I won't be polite." As soon as he shouted, Ho Bumming's figure turned into an afterimage. His figure moved like lightning, and the afterimage was like a ray of light. Like a cheetah pouncing on its prey, he carried a terrifying aura and appeared in front of Du Xiaofu in an instant. "Commander Ho is so fast." Many people in the drill ground sighed. They stared at the sky and didn't dare to blink. In a short moment, Ho Bumming's figure appeared. He waved his hand and threw a punch directly at Du Xiaofu. Boom! Mysterious runes wrapped around his fist, and profound energy surged. The air suddenly trembled, and waves of terrifying, profound energy erupted. The fierce, terrifying force was like a storm, and the ripples of energy spread out in a ring shape to the horizon. This vast force pressed down on the sky and made many people in the drill ground tremble in fear. Chapter 499. Ho Bumming's attack was cunning and vicious. It was clean, fast, accurate, and ruthless to the extreme. Not only was it enough to prove that he had gone through hundreds of battles and had rich experience, but he was also very powerful. The vast and mighty aura suppressed the vast sky. Although Ho Bumming was at the perfect martial marquis level, and his cultivation had yet to reach the peak of the perfect martial marquis level, just by relying on his speed, accuracy, ruthlessness, craftiness, and viciousness, it was sufficient to cause very few people within the martial marquis level to be able to contend against him. A terrifying aura swept out. Ho Bumming's figure and palm print also rapidly expanded in Du Xiaofu's eyes. Walala! Although the terrifying palm print had not actually landed on Du Xiaofu's body, the terrifying force that the palm print carried was enough to crush an ordinary martial lord of the Nirvana realm into pieces. However, Du Xiaofu was still as steady as a rock, with a faint smile on his face. Not good. Seeing this scene, many people could not help but suck in a breath of cold air for Du Xiaofu. just as the terrifying palm print appeared in front of Du Xiaofu under many dumbfounded gazes. A strange, mysterious rune suddenly spread out from Du Xiaofu's eyes. Chi! At this moment, it was as if there were rays of light shooting out from Du Xiaofu's eyes. The light from the mysterious runes overlapped, and finally, like a ray of light, enveloped Ho Bumming, who had appeared in an instant. In this short moment, Ho Bumming seemed to have suddenly felt something. His gaze changed greatly, but it was too late. He wanted to retreat and struggle with all his might, but he could not. No one in the drill ground below knew what was going on. All they saw was that Ho Bumming's eyes, which were still sharp a moment ago, had suddenly turned dull. Then, the terrifying palm that could suppress everything dissipated in front of many shocked gazes. Buzz! Suddenly, the entire sky trembled. The strange light in Du Xiaofu's eyes dissipated. Then, a green-gold sword appeared in his hand. Runes flowed around it. It looked like it was formed by nature. Then, he slashed out with the sword in a flash. Swish! The sword light swept out, and a mighty pressure swept across the sky, stirring up the energy of heaven and earth. It was as if a spiritual python had attacked, and a flood dragon had soared into the sky. The azure gold brilliance shone brightly, as if it was about to drown Du Xiaofu. The sword light swept past Ho Bumming's body with lightning speed. Rumble! Wherever the sword ray passed, a long crack appeared on the ground of the drill ground below. It was as if an earthquake had broken ground. It was horrifying. The disciples of the World Society who were close to it retreated in fear. This sword strike was enough to shake mountains and rivers, shatter mountains and crack the earth and destroy everything. Chi-la-la! When Ho Bumming regained his senses in the air, his body had already begun to crack. However, before he could even let out a miserable shriek, his skinny body had already split open from the middle in the air. While fresh blood spurted out, a dazzling golden light erupted from his body. Within the golden light, talismans and mysterious markings flickered, and it was like a golden-winged rock had flapped its wings. Grand light suffused the air as it soared into the 9 heavens, and a pressure swept through the sky, causing the veins and souls of everyone below to tremble violently. Bang, bang! Ho Bumming's body exploded within the golden light, turning into a bloody mist and disappearing. He couldn't be more dead. Even when Ho Bumming died, he probably didn't expect that he would end up like this. Silence. Silence. There was a deathly silence all around. Everyone's eyes were glued to the sky. Only Eagle King, Gong Dao, Yi Piaoling, and a few others revealed faint smiles on their faces. To them, this outcome wasn't strange at all. Du Xiaofu floated high up in the sky. The ancient and elegant azurite long sword in his hand exuded a mighty pressure. High-grade Dao artifact. Hermit Wu Jin's old face turned pale. Ho Bumming had been killed in a single move, and he didn't even know how he died. This made him tremble. At this moment, Hermit Wu Jin finally understood Du Xiaofu's true goal. How was it to abdicate? It was to intimidate. That terrifying azurite long sword made his heart tremble. It was definitely a high-grade Dao artifact. Hua, Fan Kong, Bai Qi, Xiao Wenqing, and the others were also stunned. However, they soon recovered from their shock, and joy appeared on their faces. Chao Yu looked at the sky, and his body was trembling violently. When Ho Bumming's body turned into a bloody mist, even his soul was trembling. Goo goo! After a moment of dead silence, the sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard. As a disciple of the World Society, how could the people present not know that Ho Bumming, was a perfected martial marquis and was not far from the martial king realm? However, at this moment, Ho Bumming, who was a perfected martial marquis, was killed on the spot in one move. How shocking was this? I intended to give the position of president to Ho Bumming, but I didn't expect Ho Bumming to be so weak. I overestimated Ho Bumming's strength. Du Xiaofu looked around and sighed. Then he pointed the tyrannical shadow at Chao Yu and said, "Chao Yu, it's your turn." I hope you won't disappoint me. The guild leader is going to eliminate Chao Yu after eliminating Ho Bumming. A World Society disciple with extraordinary eyesight trembled. At this moment, the president was going to eliminate Chao Yu to intimidate the rest of the society. Bang! However, as soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, Chao Yu's knees trembled as he knelt on the ground. He shouted to the people behind him, "Kneel!" Chao Yu's followers were already trembling when they saw Ho Bumming killed in a single move. When they heard Chao Yu shout, they shivered and immediately knelt on the ground in panic. "Chao Yu, why are you doing this?" Du Xiaofu hovered in the air. A cold smile appeared on his face as he looked at Chao Yu and asked, "President, please forgive me. How would I dare to covet the president's position? I was muddle-headed and was instigated by others to be disrespectful to you. However, I would never dare to betray you. President, please forgive me." Chao Yu knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. At this moment, how could he not know that the president wasn't planning to abdicate? He was clearly luring the snake out of its hole. Ho Bumming's fate was a precedent. If they fought, he and Ho Bumming were equally matched. If Ho Bumming was killed in a single move, his fate could be imagined. "President, please forgive me." Behind Chao Yu, many people knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. At this moment, Chao Yu had already proven his position. They were even more terrified. "President, you are so mighty. I don't know what rule Commander Ho has broken, but President actually wants to kill Commander Ho. Isn't this a little too vicious and merciless?" Just as Chao Yu and the others were about to express their stance, Hermit Wuzhen's voice rang out. He raised his head and looked at Du Xiaofu in the air, his eyes suffused with a malicious glint. Ho Bumming being killed in a single move and Du Xiaofu not placing him in his eyes at all. Hermit Wuzhen finally began to worry about himself. Rather than waiting for this brat's momentum to settle, he might as well find an opportunity now. In the entire world assembly, only the Medicine King could contend against him. Even the Eagle King's gong blade was slightly weaker. At this moment, it wasn't as if he didn't have a chance. The Medicine King hadn't shown himself today, so perhaps this was his chance. As Hermit Wuzhen spoke, everyone's gazes fell on Hermit Wuzhen and Du Xiaofu. At this moment, even the Eagle King's gong blade frowned. On the other hand, Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao Little Tiger, Yi Piaoling, and the others quietly stood to the side without much change in their expressions. "Elder, Ho Bumming died in a single blow. How can you say that I killed him? From the looks of it, Elder wishes to seek justice for Ho Bumming. Could it be that you wish to replace Ho Bumming to exchange pointers with me?" Du Xiaofu looked at Hermit Wuzhen. He didn't seem surprised by Hermit Wuzhen's appearance, but a cold glint flashed through his eyes without leaving a trace. "President is a young hero, but since you wish to give up your position, this old man won't be courteous." As soon as Mountain Man Wuzhen spoke, a mighty ripple swept out from his tall and thin body like a hurricane. What a powerful pressure! My soul can't resist it. As Hermit Wuzhen's aura surged out, the surrounding World Society disciples retreated and circulated their Xian Qi to resist. The terrifying aura spread out, causing everyone's soul to tremble. "President, are you really going to fight with Hermit Wuzhen? That's a 6-star Mystic Realm Talisman Master, comparable to a Martial King Mystic Realm expert." The few leaders of the World Society who knew about Hermit Wuzhen's identity were all shocked when they saw the scene. The president was only 17 or 18 years old. Could it be that he had reached the stage where he could fight against a martial king? Du Xiaofu looked at Hermit Wuzhen and waved dominating shadow. He looked down at Hermit Wuzhen and said, "Since that's the case, please make your move." When Du Xiaofu's voice fell, a faint golden light flickered in his clear eyes. Golden light surged around his body, and a terrifying, profound qi spread out from his body. His purple robe fluttered, and faint golden talisman inscriptions overflowed and flickered on his exposed skin. "Haha, you asked for it. You're too arrogant. You're not suited to be the president of World Society. Hermit Wuzhen sneered, his eyes sinister. As soon as he spoke, his figure floated in the air like a bolt of lightning. A pair of withered hands reached out from his robes. Energy rippled as if it could distort space. Chapter 500. In an instant, waves of heaven and earth energy surged over. Hermit Wuzhen seemed to have been secretly prepared. In a short moment, 21 array flags were formed in his palm. Without a doubt, Hermit Wuzhen had been secretly preparing for this. He was extremely cunning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to form 21 array flags so quickly. If you have the ability, then break my 1,000-blade soul-killing array. Hermit Wuzhen sneered. The array flags were already formed. Even a martial king would find it difficult to forcefully break out of a 6-star array. No matter how extraordinary Du Xiaofu was, he was still too inexperienced to be feared. Swish, swish, swish. 21 array flags flew into the sky, turning into dazzling rune-light pillars and disappearing. In an instant, the wind whistled high up in the sky, and dazzling runes spread all over the sky. A powerful rune array appeared in the air and directly enveloped Du Xiaofu. Rumble! The array was terrifying. Endless energy rune light distorted the space. Finally, countless blade lights swept across the sky. The blade lights were like living creatures, tearing the sky apart as they gathered to form a terrifying array. Under everyone's gazes, Du Xiaofu's body was already enveloped by the terrifying array. The terrifying array swept across the sky. Even the entire Chaos Demon City was stirred up. The pressure spread, causing the entire city to tremble. At this moment, countless figures in Chaos Demon City were trembling. The World Society disciples around the World Society's drill ground were trembling in fear. Under that shocking pressure, those with weaker cultivation paled, and blood flowed out of their mouths. What a terrifying array! This is a 6-star array. No one in the entire Dark Forest can set it up. Hua Fankong, Bai Qi Xiaowenqing, and the others had grave expressions. The profound qi in their bodies seemed to stagnate as their hearts trembled. Even Yi Piaoling's brows were slightly furrowed. Only Hermit Wuzhen's face was pale. However, there was a cold smile in his eyes. That brat could kill Ho Bumming in one move. He was indeed extraordinary, but he was still too inexperienced. The blade array swept across, its might sharp and murderous. Its power made one's heart tremble. Voila! At this moment, a golden stream of light rushed out of the terrifying sword matrix. The light was like a 5-fingered mountain with golden talisman patterns flashing on it. There was a fluctuation in the air, and there was a strange energy that seemed to be able to distort the void. Qi! A golden figure suddenly appeared in front of the pale-faced mountain man Wuzhen like a bolt of golden lightning. How could this be? This is impossible. The sneer in mountain man Wuzhen's eyes was now replaced with shock. All of this had exceeded his expectations. Du Xiaofu's figure had appeared in front of him without a single ripple. His saber array had not reacted at all. Not good! A sense of unease crept up from the depths of mountain man Wuzhen's soul, and he hurriedly tried to retreat. Swish! But it was too late. The sword glow exploded, and the azure gold light spread out, instantly appearing in front of mountain man Wuzhen's chest. Hermit Wuzhen was shocked. However, he was a 6-star mysterious talisman master after all. He was not a weakling. There were not many people in the dark forest who could fight against him. Amidst his panic, mysterious runes erupted from his body. They turned into a dazzling, circular shield formed by mysterious runes. It blocked the sword light in front of him like water. Qi! After all, a technique condensed in a hurry could not last for long. The sword glow destroyed the shield condensed from talisman runes, but the sword glow was also completely blocked. Mountain man Wuzhen took this opportunity to retreat. I originally thought that you could secretly set up a 6-star mysterious spirit talisman array, but it seems like your strength is insufficient. You can only set up a 6-star beginner talisman array. You've disappointed me. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's figure drifted like a god, appearing like a ghost. At the same time, a fist imprint with the momentum of a bolt of lightning suddenly landed on the chest of Mountain Man Wuzhen, who had thought he had just escaped. Boom! With a muffled boom, Mountain Man Wuzhen staggered backward. The terrifying saber array in the air began to crack and shatter, transforming into runes that scattered in the sky. Humph! After stabilizing his body, Mountain Man Wuzhen groaned. A smear of blood seeped out of the corner of his lips as he maliciously stared at Du Xiaofu, the corners of his eyes twitching. The surrounding sky once again fell silent. This scene appeared too quickly, and before the crowd could recover, they had already witnessed this shocking scene. Even the strongest person present had not been able to clearly see what had happened. Mountain Man Wuzhen's defeat had been far too inexplicable. Du Xiaofu floated in the air, his tyrannical aura spreading out as he coldly stared at Mountain Man Wuzhen. Mountain Man Wuzhen, you are a 6-star mysterious spirit talisman master. In front of me, you don't have much right to be arrogant. If you are truly willing to stay in the World Assembly, I will welcome you. If you are unwilling to stay, I will let you go on account of Medicine King and Old Yao. Mountain Man Wuzhen stared at Du Xiaofu with a frighteningly malevolent gaze. He had never imagined that things would turn out like this. At this moment, Mountain Man Wuzhen finally understood. He had thought that this brat was too inexperienced, but who would have thought that after fighting eagles his entire life, he would be pecked in the eye today? This brat was clearly using him to show off. And now, Mountain Man Wuzhen truly did not dare to casually make a move against Du Xiaofu. In his eyes, Du Xiaofu was currently unfathomable. His 6-star initial ascension talisman array was completely useless, and he had lost his greatest backing. Moreover, the World Assembly still had Eagle King, Gong Dao, and Medicine King Yi Wuming. If he were to make a move, he would not have any advantage. As for continuing to stay in the World Assembly, Mountain Man Wuzhen could not bring himself to do so. In the future, he would not be able to raise his head in the World Assembly. When Hermit Wuzhen joined the World Society, it wasn't because he valued the society's future. Instead, it was because of the existence of the Medicine King, Dr. Wuming. He wanted to obtain benefits from the Medicine King, Dr. Wuming. If he wanted to join any power, his future would be limitless even if he went to the Central Region, let alone the Dark Forest. Kiki, Mountain Man Wuzhen's pale face, was now alternating between green and white. After a while, he suddenly flicked his sleeves and sneered, shouting, "Back then, I only joined the tiny World Assembly because of the Medicine King. Since you are so arrogant and conceited, if you don't want me here, there will naturally be a place for me. This old man will leave today. Is there anyone who wants to follow me? Leaving this tiny World Assembly anywhere is better than the World Assembly." Hearing Mountain Man Wuzhen's words, the people around the plaza looked at each other. In the end, the 20 or so martial marquises and pulse spirit realm cultivators who had followed Ho Bumming immediately walked out, intending to leave with Mountain Man Wuzhen. Ho Bumming was already dead, so it was not difficult for them to imagine their own fates. Then the crowd became restless. Another 100 or so people walked out from the crowd, trembling in fear. They followed behind the martial marquises and pulse spirit realm cultivators. These 100 or so people were the trusted aides of the first 20 or so people. Now that the leader wanted to leave, they naturally could not stay and wanted to leave with him. However, it was only these people. The rest of the World Assembly disciples looked at each other, but did not walk out. Seeing that so many people were willing to leave with him, and that most of them were leaders of various ranks, Mountain Man Wuzhen revealed a somewhat complacent cold smile. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Brat, slowly deal with the silver-winged demonic condor. Goodbye." Looking at Mountain Man Wuzhen, who was about to leave, Du Xiaofu's face revealed a slight smile. He opened his mouth and slowly asked, "Seems like there are quite a few traitors. I wonder how the traitors will be punished? Replying to the president, the traitors will be killed without mercy. Li Shui raised her head and gently opened her mouth. Her clear voice, accompanied by profound energy, reverberated around the drill ground. As Li Shui's voice fell, the 100 or so people who had just walked out immediately turned pale. Their bodies suddenly stiffened, and a feeling of unease climbed up from the depths of their hearts. The traitors will be killed without mercy, Du Xiaofu said indifferently. His eyes suddenly turned sharp as he looked directly at Mountain Man Wuzhen. Mountain Man Wuzhen, on account of the Medicine King, I will spare you this time. You want to take away the traitors of my world assembly? Do you think that I won't dare to kill you? I guarantee you that if you don't get out of Chaos Demon City within 3 breaths, I will definitely make sure that you die without a complete corpse. If you don't believe me, you can try. His voice reverberated in the air, causing a chill to fill the area. Anyone could hear the murderous intent in his voice. Mountain Man Wuzhen's face alternated between red and green. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? However, Mountain Man Wuzhen really did not dare to make a move now. Du Xiaofu was not afraid of his talisman array at all. The World Assembly also had the Eagle King, Gong Dao, and the Medicine King Yi Wuming. If the 3 of them joined forces, they might really be able to keep him here. It would be difficult for him to stand alone. Good, good, good. After shouting good 3 times in a row, Hermit Wuzhen's expression became extremely ugly. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Kid, the mountains do not move, the water moves. The mountains do not change, and the rivers flow forever. We will meet again. Swoosh, Mountain Man Wuzhen immediately leaped and left. He did not dare to stay any longer. His figure disappeared into the distance, but he did not pay any attention to the 100 or so people who wanted to leave with him. At this moment, the 100 or so people who wanted to leave with Mountain Man Wuzhen all turned ghastly pale. Chapter 501. Traitors kill without mercy. In the sky, Du Xiaofu shouted. He waved the tyrant shadow in his hand and instantly transformed into an azure gold sword whip. Dazzling azure gold talisman patterns bloomed, and its aura was domineering and terrifying. Its dazzling brilliance scattered across the sky. Chi la la, the azure gold sword whip transformed, agile and dazzling. It was like a spirit python or a flood dragon soaring into the sky as it swept down at the hundreds of people below. Ah, the terrifying aura made people's souls tremble. Then screams and wails rang out in the drill ground. Chi la la, the sword whip was like lightning, killing everything in its path. A World Society traitor was easily killed. The stronger martial marquises resisted with all their strength, using talisman patterns and extraordinary auras. But in front of the tyrant's shadow, they were still invincible. All resistance was destroyed by the domineering aura. Chilala, the azure gold sword whip, was bewitching. In the end, it turned back into a natural, simple, and elegant azure gold sword and returned to Du Xiaofu's hand. More than 100 people, including several martial marquises, were all killed in a short period of time. A bloody mist spilled across the drill ground, and the aura was intimidating and fierce. The entire drill ground was dead silent, and everyone's hair stood on end. This method of luring the snake out of its hole, making the traitors jump out of their own accord. How could this person be a rookie with such decisiveness? This was clearly a malefic star that did not match his age. Chao Yu and the others were still kneeling on one knee, not daring to get up. Even when Hermit Wuzhen attacked, Chao Yu gritted his teeth and did not get up. Looking at the fierce killing before him, Chao Yu knew that he had made the right bet. If not for absolute confidence, why would the purple-robed youth before him start to purge the world society? If he had chosen Hermit Wuzhen, he would probably have ended up in a similar state. The eyes of all the world society disciples trembled as they looked at the bloody scene on the drill ground. All of them felt their hair stand on end. More than 100 people, including martial marquises and meridian spirit realm cultivators, were killed by the purple-robed youth without even blinking. His actions were clean and efficient, and his personality was decisive. It was a complete contrast with his face, which looked like it was only 17 or 18 years old. Just last night, some of the members of the World Society were secretly discussing how their mysterious guild leader was actually a young man who was still wet behind the ears. Even though he was Du Xiaofu from Tianwu Academy, he was still a young man who was still wet behind the ears. In a place like the Dark Forest, how could he possibly have the means and capability to lead the World Society to fight against the various powers? And now, seeing Ho Bumming and company killed and Hermit Wuzhen leaving in a sorry state, the World Society disciples finally understood that the purple-robed youth was not someone to be trifled with. Otherwise, they would not even know how they died. Traitors kill traitors. Du Xiaofu floated in the air and looked down at the kneeling Chao Yu. He asked, "Vice Leader Chao, why are you still kneeling?" "Vice Leader Ho has unfortunately fallen. Why don't we invite Vice Leader Chao to become the president?" "President, please forgive me. How can I be worthy of the position of president? Only the current president is worthy of it. President, please retract your order." Chao Yu knelt on the ground and looked at Du Xiaofu. He said respectfully, "From today onwards, Chao Yu will follow you to death. If I betray you, may the heavens strike me with lightning. We are also willing to follow you to death." Behind Chao Yu, many people were trembling as they swore to follow Chao Yu. The death of Ho Bumming and the others had already made their hearts tremble and their hair stand on end. Hua Fankong looked up and a smile appeared on his face. He stepped forward and knelt on one knee. He said, "President, please retract your order. Only the president is qualified to be the president of the World Society. We will definitely follow you to death." "President, please retract your order. We will definitely follow you to death." Bai Qi, Xiao Wenqing, and the others also knelt on one knee and said loudly. Their voices reverberated in the air. "President, please retract your order. We will definitely follow you to death." Around the drill ground, many World Society disciples looked at each other in dismay. They then knelt on one knee one after another. Their shocking voices reverberated in the air above the drill ground. Eagle King Gong Dao looked around. His single eye moved slightly as he looked at the sky. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes before a smile appeared on his face. In the air, Du Xiaofu's expression was still indifferent. He looked around and said loudly, "Since this is the case, then I will announce one thing. From now on, the World Society will appoint Vice President, Incense Master, Banner Master, and Branch Master to be in charge of the external affairs of the World Society. In addition, there will be consecrators, elders, protectors, and deacons to be in charge of the internal affairs of the World Society. Yao Wang and Yao Lao will be consecrators. Eagle King will be World Society's Grand Elder. Hua Fankong will be Incense Master of the World Society's 6th Incense Hall and Yellow Earth Hall. Li Shui will be Incense Master of the World Society's Moon Shadow Hall. The Incense Masters of the Sharp Metal Hall, Greenwood Hall, and Scarlet Fire Hall will be temporarily appointed. After a pause, Du Xiaofu looked around and continued, "In addition, the World Society will appoint Heavenly General Guards. Yi Pialing will be the head of the Heavenly General Guards. The Heavenly General Guards will not interfere with any of the World Society's matters. They will only listen to the President. They will be in charge of all the punishments of the World Society. They can punish anyone who violates the rules at any time." When Du Xiaofu finished speaking, Yi Pialing looked up at the sky. Her eyes moved slightly and there were some fluctuations in them. As Du Xiaofu finished speaking, his figure slowly descended and landed in front of Chao Yu. As Du Xiaofu approached, Chao Yu's entire body trembled inwardly for no reason, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead, especially the terrifying pressure on the azure gold longsword. It caused the profound energy in his body to stagnate and his meridians and soul to tremble. As Du Xiaofu approached step by step, his heartbeat also accelerated. Swish! When Du Xiaofu arrived in front of Chao Yu, dominating shadow returned to his body. He helped Chow Yu up with one hand and said, "Commander Chow, please dispense with the formalities. From now on, you will be in charge of the mysterious water hall. I will leave it to you." "Thank you, President." Chow Yu heaved a sigh of relief. His life was saved. He had made the right choice. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died, like ho bumming. "Everyone rise." Du Xiaofu immediately said to all the disciples who were still kneeling on the ground. His brows were slightly relaxed, and there was a slight smile on his face. His aura was as light as the wind and clouds, as if nothing had happened. President is wise. The World Society disciples all stood up and their voices echoed in the surroundings. After a while, in a side hall of the World Society, Du Xiaofu, Yao Wang, Eagle King, Yi Piaoling, Du Xiaoqing, Li Shui, and Hua Fangkong were all present. Today's results seem to be good. The World Society can be considered to have taken shape. In the side hall, Yao Wang looked at Du Xiaofu with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Yao Wang did not show up at the drill ground, but everything that happened there was clear to him. Today, not only did they completely remove the real malignant tumor of the World Society and intimidate the members of the World Society, they also achieved a combination of kindness and authority. They also completed the embryonic form of the World Society. The next thing to do was to stabilize and develop the World Society. I only took the opportunity to remove some malignant tumors. I didn't do much, but it has been hard on everyone during this period of time. Du Xiaofu smiled, but he didn't relax too much in his heart. Although he had intimidated some people today and removed some malignant tumors, the current World Society hadn't completely merged together, and its foundation was still extremely weak and not firm. However, he could not reach the heavens in a single step. He could only take it slowly in the future. "Big brother, why did you let that annoying old man go in the beginning?" Du Xiaoqing pouted. If not for the fact that she had been told not to casually make a move, she would have already killed that mountain man Wu Jin. "He is still useful to me." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly and then said to Du Xiaoqing, "Little Qing, Big brother has something that I need your help with." "No problem." Du Xiaoqing nodded. Her innocent eyes rippled with a smile. She looked harmless, but Eagle King, Gong Dao, Hua Fangkong, Yi Piaoling, and the Medicine King all knew that Du Xiaoqing was the most terrifying person present. "I'm afraid you didn't kill Mountain Man Wu Jin because of me," Medicine King Yi Wuming said to Du Xiaofu. "Actually, you don't have to worry about me. I don't have much of a relationship with that Mountain Man Wu Jin. Otherwise, things wouldn't have turned out this way." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. The Medicine King was indeed one of the reasons why he did not kill Mountain Man Wu Jin. After all, Mountain Man Wu Jin had come to seek refuge with the Medicine King. If he was killed in the World Society, the Medicine King's reputation would naturally be damaged. It would also cause others to misunderstand the World Society. However, this was only one of the reasons. Du Xiaofu also had his own plans for not killing Mountain Man Wu Jin. First, Mountain Man Wu Jin was at the 6-star mystical realm. If he was angered and made a move, it was inevitable that some innocent people would be harmed in the World Society. Moreover, Du Xiaofu also had other plans in mind. Hermit Wu Jin should be a narrow-minded person. This time he had been completely slapped in the face in front of the World Congress. He probably wouldn't let this matter rest so easily. If Du Xiaofu's guess was right, he would probably react. Therefore, Du Xiaofu did not kill Mountain Man Wu Jin today. If it was as he expected, then Mountain Man Wu Jin would be of great help to him. It wouldn't be too late to kill him then. Everything would depend on himself. "What do you plan to do about the silver-winged demonic condor?" The Medicine King raised his head and looked at Du Xiaofu. His eyes narrowed as he asked, "You injured 2 Beast Lord realm monsters yesterday. I'm guessing that the silver-winged demonic condor will be enraged. In less than 3 days, it will launch a large-scale attack." "I was just about to talk about this." Du Xiaofu smiled at the Medicine King and said, "I want to meet the silver-winged demonic condor alone." Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the Eagle King Gong Dao immediately frowned and reminded Du Xiaofu, "President, the silver-winged demonic condor is not an ordinary demonic beast. It has recently broken through to the nirvana realm of the Beast King realm. Its bloodline is not even inferior to the ordinary demonic beasts on the heavenly beast list. With its talent and gathering of demonic beasts, I'm afraid that even a martial king realm expert at the peak of the consummate realm would not dare to break into the chaos demon cliff alone." Chapter 502. The Medicine King frowned. Although he knew that Du Xiaoqing's strength was terrifying, the silver-winged demonic eagle, blue flame red leopard, and subduing tiger mastiff were not to be trifled with, especially the silver-winged demonic eagle. "Are you confident?" After a while, the Medicine King asked Du Xiaofu seriously. "I plan to go to the Chaos Demon Cliff to take a look." Du Xiaofu shook his head at the Medicine King and said, "I'm not confident. Let's go take a look first. If the silver-winged demonic eagle leads the beast horde to attack the city, I'm afraid the world meat won't be able to withstand that kind of attack. If we can make contact with the silver-winged demonic eagle, we might have unexpected gains." "If you really want to go, Gong Dao and I will go with you," said the Medicine King. "No need, old medicine. You and the Eagle King have to guard the Chaos Demon City. Let me, Little Qing, and Du Xiaoyao go." Du Xiaofu said, "With Du Xiaoqing and Du Xiaoyao, even if they couldn't do anything to the silver-winged demonic eagle, it shouldn't be a problem to escape." "Then you be careful." Hearing this, the Medicine King and the Eagle King both frowned. Seeing that Du Xiaofu had made up his mind, they didn't say anything more. In the afternoon, a huge black tiger flapped its wings and flew out of the world meet. 3 figures followed and instantly disappeared into the sky. In a pavilion, the Eagle King, Gong Dao, looked at the huge black tiger in the distance and asked the Medicine King beside him, "Medicine King, with just the few of them going, can they safely escape from the Chaos Demon Cliff?" "It shouldn't be a problem to escape safely. Little Qing isn't an ordinary kind of strong. That kid isn't a reckless person either. If he dares to go, he naturally has some plans in his heart." The Medicine King looked at the sky and said softly he has no choice but to go to the Chaos Demon Cliff in such a hurry. If he's slow, I'm afraid the trouble will get bigger. Is the King of Medicine talking about 1 pavilion and 1 castle, 2 doors? Eagle King Gong Dao naturally knew the current situation in the dark forest. 1 pavilion, 1 castle, 2 sects, and 4 great powers had been eyeing them covetously. If they didn't get rid of the silver-winged demon condor soon, the situation in World Meeting would only become more and more difficult. The Medicine King smiled bitterly and said, "That's not the most troublesome thing. Don't forget that Xue Tianqiu of the Black Fiend sect is still looking for him all over the world. If Xue Tianqiu knows that he's in the world society, I'm afraid it won't be long before he comes to Chaotic Demon City. If that's the case, then it's quite troublesome." Hearing this, the Eagle King's Gong Saber's single eye twitched slightly. The Chaos Demon City was an extremely large area. If the entire Chaos Demon City was added together, it would most likely be even larger than the Dark City. In fact, it might not even be smaller than the land area of several counties in the outside world. This was especially true for the area occupied by the demonic beasts. It was extremely large. Mountain ranges rose and fell, and the peaks were connected. Mountain peaks rose steeply from the ground, and they were not connected. Strange peaks were spread out. In the sky above the deep mountains, a ferocious black tiger flapped its wings. The surrounding ferocious birds did not dare to approach at all. Their ferocious eyes trembled as they trembled in fear. "Be careful later. I told you not to follow me, but you just had to follow me." On the little tiger's back, Du Xiaofu looked at the woman beside him. His eyes revealed some helplessness. First Princess Cheng Xingnan smiled slightly. Her slender legs and slim waist made her already tall figure even more slender. She looked at Du Xiaofu with a charming smile. Then she intimately wrapped her arms around Du Xiaofu's arm and said, "Since you want to come, I naturally have to follow. Don't worry, I can take care of myself. Besides, I'll be worried if you come." Du Xiaofu smiled helplessly. Under the faint fragrance beside him, he could not say anything more. Roar! The little tiger roared in a low voice. More and more ferocious birds appeared in front of them. However, under this roar, a large number of ferocious birds flapped their wings and fled, not daring to approach. It was likely that without the aura emitted by the little tiger, it would not be easy to smoothly pass through this area. Many of those ferocious birds were at the pulse spirit realm, and ordinary martial marquis cultivators could easily surpass them. A moment later, a slender white line appeared in the mountain range, as if it wanted to cut the entire mountain range apart. As the distance closed, one could see clearly that it was a long cloud of mist, like a river of clouds in the low sky. Under the cloud of mist, there was a bottomless abyss. It was unknown how long it was, as if it extended to the end of the mountain range. It was extremely shocking to see. Behind a cloud of mist was a huge cliff. This cliff was like a heavenly wall pressing down on one's face. It was so tall that it seemed like it would collapse at any moment. Rocks stood tall on the cliff, and strange rocks were rugged. At the top of the mountain, there were lush trees and lush green trees. At this moment, the sun was slowly setting in the west, and the amber sunset gradually retreated from the horizon, causing this cliff to be even more shocking. That should be the Chaos Demon Cliff. Du Xiaofu looked at the huge cliff and spread out his mental power. His mind spied on it. There were many demonic beasts gathered in this mountain range, especially on the cliff in front of them. There were many terrifying beast clan auras spreading out. The Chaos Demon Cliff was the most feared existence in the Chaos Demon City because it was the headquarters of all the demonic beasts in the dark forest: the silver-winged demon eagle, the blue flame red leopard, and the subduing tiger mastiff. These three terrifying demonic beasts occupied the Chaos Demon Cliff. Swish! The little tiger landed, and its huge body shrank. Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoqing, and Cheng Xingnan also landed on the ground. They raised their heads and looked at the huge cliff. It was so tall that it was frightening. Squeak, squeak! Roar! In the sky and on the ground, ferocious beasts surrounded them from afar. The ground trembled, and the mountain forest rose and fell, surrounding Du Xiaofu and the others. The number of demonic beasts was still increasing. In a moment, a dense wave of demonic beasts had gathered in the surrounding mountain forest. The ferocious beasts in the air screeched and flapped their wings, like dark clouds covering the sky. Many ferocious auras shrouded the mountain forest. There are some extraordinary demonic beasts coming. Du Xiaoyao stood on Du Xiaofu's shoulder. Suddenly, her spiritual eyes fluctuated and she looked at the cliff. There are really many demonic beasts. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the surroundings, and then he looked at the cliff. There were many powerful auras there, and demonic beasts were rushing over. Squeak, squeak! After a few breaths, a large group of ferocious beasts flapped their wings and flew over from the cliff. Waves of air swept out like a gale blowing. Many demonic beasts stood in the air at the front. At the front of the group of ferocious demonic beasts was a huge yellow python. It was circling in the air, and its entire body was covered in yellow scales. A cold aura spread out from its body, causing the surrounding space to fluctuate. The huge python was suspended in the air, and half of its huge body was hidden in the clouds. It was like a huge dragon floating in the air, causing people's hearts to tremble. Commander Yellow Python, it's him. It's the human who injured Commander Lai Xiong and Commander Taijiu yesterday. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoqing, and Cheng Xingnan, a beast lord stage demonic beast immediately said to the huge yellow python, "Roar! Gee, gee!" As these demonic beasts arrived, the surrounding ferocious beasts roared continuously, like thunder that resounded in all directions. A perfect beast, lord stage, golden, demonic python. Du Xiaofu looked at the giant yellow python that was floating in the air, and his eyes were also moved by it. The golden demonic python was not bad. In terms of talent, it was even stronger than the king-scale demonic tiger on the Earth Beast ranking. Of course, after the little tiger's evolution, only the demonic beasts on the heavenly beast ranking could compare to it. It was not even comparable to the ordinary demonic beasts on the heavenly beast ranking. Damn human, are you the one who injured Lai Xiong and Taijiao? I didn't expect you to dare to come to the Chaos Demon Cliff. Today I'll tear you apart. The golden demonic python coiled in the air, and a cold aura surged. Its cold eyes were fixed on Du Xiaofu, and the scarlet tongue in its mouth flickered. There were runes surging, and a vast pressure stirred the wind and clouds. The golden demonic python was at the perfect beast lord stage. Even a human expert who had just reached the Martial King realm might not be able to do anything to it. All the experts in the Martial Lord stage would have to retreat. Du Xiaofu looked at the golden demonic python. He cultivated the cultivation method of the Golden Winged Rock clan, so he would not be intimidated by the golden demonic python. He said, "Golden demonic python, we're here to find the silver-winged demonic condor. Lead the way." "Humph. Do you think you can meet the commander-in-chief? Since you injured Lai Xiong and Taijiao, I'll tear you apart first." As soon as he finished speaking, the golden demonic python exploded with a terrifying aura. Its yellow scales spread with runes, and its huge body swept out from the clouds in the air. Its dragon-like body was like a meteorite, and it charged straight at Du Xiaofu. Hiss, hiss! The golden demonic python opened its bloody mouth and spat out its scarlet tongue. It exploded with a terrifying cold aura. Under the pressure of this cold aura, it was enough to freeze the profound energy in the body of an ordinary cultivator. The cold aura spread out. Looking at the golden demonic python that was charging at him like lightning, Du Xiaofu did not frown. Just as he was about to make a move, a green figure suddenly appeared in front of him and said in a delicate voice, "Brother, you can leave this little snake to me." Boom! As soon as the delicate voice fell, a strong green rune light burst out from Du Xiaoqing's graceful body. Then an extremely terrifying aura suddenly rippled out, causing the entire space to tremble violently. At this moment, the golden demonic python that was charging straight at him seemed to have suddenly felt something, and its fierce eyes trembled. Roar! Gee, gee! At this moment, the countless ferocious beasts in the surroundings trembled for no reason. The birds in the sky almost fell from the sky. They all felt an unbearable pressure descend on their souls and bloodlines. Chapter 503. Du Xiaoqing completely ignored the golden demonic python's meteorite-like terrifying charge. Her fair and slender hand clenched into a fist as a green glow erupted. She unbelievably punched the golden demonic python's huge head. Bang! The small fist contained a terrifying amount of power. It instantly collided with the golden demonic python's ferocious, hard head, following which the enormous golden demon python's body violently shot from the air into the mountain below, like a cannonball in front of the stunned fierce eyes of quite a number of demonic beasts. Immediately, quite a number of miserable roars suddenly resounded. Rumble! Dust filled the air as gravel shot out. The golden demonic python's body was blasted into the mountain's ground. Cracks immediately appeared on the hard mountain surface. Many demonic beasts suffered an unexpected calamity as they were heavily injured by the golden demonic python's body. Seeing that the golden demonic python was actually blasted down with a single punch, the ferocious beasts in the sky were even more shocked. At this moment, the aura on the beautiful green figure's body had already been restrained. It directly filled the air with an aura that was enough to make their souls and blood tremble. Crash! Large pieces of gravel on the mountain trembled as the huge golden demonic python struggled to climb up. When its gaze once again looked at the beautiful green figure not far away, the gaze in its eyes was also filled with fear. Under the aura just now, it clearly felt the existence of a supreme demonic beast's aura. Just that aura alone was enough to make it unable to resist. Du Shaoqing looked at the golden demonic python. Looking at the huge, dragon-like body of the golden demonic python, she did not put it in her eyes at all. She berated, "Quickly bring us to the silver-winged demonic eagle. Otherwise, I will destroy you." "Okay, I will bring you to see the great commander." The golden demonic python trembled as it nodded. It felt that it could no longer resist these people. It could only let the great commander and the others come out. It just so happened that the great commander was also looking for these people. Swoosh, swoosh. Then the golden demon python and the demon beasts around it turned around and dashed towards the top of the cliff while trembling faintly. Du Xiaofu and Shengnan glanced at each other, and then, together with Du Shaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and the little tiger, they also jumped and followed. The cliffs towered into the clouds. The center of the cliffs was misty, and the top was verdant and lush like a fairyland. Above the precipice was a cliff, but above it was another world. Half of the giant peak appeared in the eyes of Du Xiaofu and the others. At this time, it was gradually evening. The sun was setting in the sky, and a soft mist rose from the cliff. The mountain range was smeared with a layer of soft sunset color. The fiery red sunset fog rendered everything hazy and illusory. Half of the giant peak was covered with lush vegetation. A clear stream flowed from the top of the cliff to the bottom of the rock crevice, and finally flowed into the cliff. At the top of the cliff, there was no lack of flat and spacious land. On both sides of the cliff, there were flying towers inserted into the air. The carved and embroidered sills were all hidden in the verdant green. Roar! On the chaotic demon cliff, the roars of demonic beasts could be heard from the rocks in the forest. After the golden demonic python and many other demonic beasts climbed up the chaotic demon cliff, they shrunk their bodies and landed on a huge square. There were many huge rocks piled up in the surroundings, and the square was vast. What a beautiful place! Eldest Princess Shengnan slowly descended from the sky. Looking down, she could see that on the chaotic demon cliff, the clear stream flowed like jade, and the rocks pierced through the clouds. It was a beautiful scene. Du Xiaofu was also quite surprised. He did not expect that on the chaotic demon cliff, where the demonic beasts were entrenched, there would be such a beautiful scene. Especially within the chaotic demon cliff, there were many majestic buildings. They were all built according to the architecture of the human race. However, compared to the human race's buildings, they were much larger and more magnificent. Follow me. The first commander, second commander, and third commander are already waiting for you in the main hall. The golden demonic python, which had shrunk in size, was still 30 to 40 feet long. Its entire body was covered with yellow scales. It seemed to be wriggling on the ground, but it was actually floating on the ground. Its body immediately slithered and swept into the majestic main hall in front of the square. Roar! On both sides of the main hall, there were many ferocious, demonic beasts entrenched. When they saw Du Xiaofu and the others approaching, they growled and hissed. However, these demonic beasts seemed to feel the auras of the little tiger and Du Shaoqing. They seemed to be suppressed by some kind of force, and they faintly prostrated themselves, not daring to make a sound. "Let's go in," Du Xiaofu said to Shengnan, Du Shaoqing, and Du Xiaoyao. His toes tapped lightly, and he strode up dozens of steps and entered the main hall. The main hall was magnificent, as if it existed in an epic. The huge main hall was even larger than the Golden Dragon Palace in the Stone Dragon Empire. There were huge stone pillars on both sides of the hall. At this moment, there were many terrifying demonic beasts standing between the stone pillars. Many of them were even demonic beasts on the Earth Beast list. There were no less than 20 demonic beasts at the Beast Lord realm and dozens of Spiritual Pulse realm demonic beasts. The raging flames, mountain-splitting bear, and the iron-armored demonic vulture that had been severely injured yesterday were probably still recuperating. So Du Xiaofu did not see them in the hall. Although the raging flames, mountain-splitting bear, and the iron-armored demonic vulture's claws and wings had been broken yesterday, with the raging flames, mountain-splitting bear, and the iron-armored demonic vulture's cultivation and strength, they would be fine and could even regrow. In the main hall, dozens of terrifying demonic beasts stood there, looking ferocious and majestic. Just their auras alone were enough to make ordinary people unable to step in. Under the fierce auras, dozens of terrifying demonic beasts stared at them. First Princess Cheng Xingnan couldn't help but change her expression. At the head of the main hall, there were a total of 3 figures sitting upright. On the right was a burly man in red clothes with a red face. His body couldn't be considered majestic, but he looked extremely vigorous. There was a scarlet light flickering in his eyes like a flame. On the left was a burly man in his 30s. His body was majestic and his eyes emitted cold stars. Sitting upright, he looked like he had strong bones and tendons, as if he was a tiger that could shake a lion. Although the 2 burly men restrained their auras, the pressure they exuded was much stronger than the surrounding demonic beasts. The surrounding demonic beasts were in their beast forms, but these 2 men were in their human forms. There was no doubt that these 2 men had already reached the Beast King realm. Only after reaching the Beast King realm could they completely condense into a human form. Sitting in the middle of the main hall was a young man in his late 20s. He was dressed in white, and he was extraordinarily handsome. The corners of his mouth were slightly hooked, and his deep eyes revealed a domineering and devilish aura. It made his temperament noble, but it was also complicated. His entire person emitted a kind of majestic aura that could shake the world. At this moment, the young man's gaze was fixed on Cheng Xingnan and Du Xiaoqing. His evil and handsome face was filled with an unrestrained, evil smile. That smile was as if he had seen his prey. 3 commanders, that's the kid who injured Lai Xiong and Tai Jiu. He even injured me, just now. I'm not his opponent. The golden demonic python respectfully said to the 3 of them. At this moment, it was looking at the girl in the green dress from the corner of its eyes. There was fear and dread in its eyes. Human, who are you? The red-clothed and red-faced man on the right of the seat of honor in the hall was currently staring at Du Xiaofu. Within his eyes there was a scarlet light that seemed to be dancing like flames, and an astonishingly hot aura began to surge. Du Xiaofu looked at the red-clothed and red-faced man. He could faintly sense that this man should be a Beast King who had just reached the Beast King realm. If he guessed correctly, this man should be one of the 3 Beast King realm monsters, the Blue Flame Red Panther. He opened his mouth and said, "World Society, Du Xiaofu. I know about the World Society. There's the Medicine King Yi Wuming and the Eagle King Gong Blade." The Blue Flame Red Panther looked at Du Xiaofu and didn't pay too much attention to him. He then looked at Du Xiaofu and continued, "You were sent by the World Society. Did the Medicine King agree to our conditions?" "No." Du Xiaofu directly shook his head and said to the Blue Flame Red Panther, "The Medicine King doesn't intend to agree to your conditions." Humph, a human kid who's still wet behind the ears. He dared to injure the commander of the Chaos Demon Cliff. Now he even dares to come here without agreeing to our conditions. Third brother, there's no need to talk nonsense with these humans. Just kill them. After that, we'll destroy the World Society. The Medicine King, Yi Wuming, will have to agree, even if he doesn't want to. Hearing this, the man on the left, who looked to be in his 30s, shot a cold glare at Du Xiaofu. A terrifying aura fluctuated. There was no doubt that this person was ready to attack Du Xiaofu and the other 2 at any time. Second brother, why is your temper still so irritable? It's not good for your cultivation. The white-clothed youth, sitting at the head of the table, stood up. He was extraordinarily handsome, but his eyes were fixed on Du Xiaoqing and Cheng Xingnan. He had a faint evil smile on his face as he said indifferently, "Leave these two women behind. Just break an arm and a leg for the man. Let him go back and tell the Medicine King that if he doesn't agree to our conditions within 3 days, we'll kill everyone in the Chaos Demon Cliff." The white-clothed youth's voice was indifferent and casual. There was a faint chill in it. It was as if everything he said was a matter of course. It was as if what he said should be so. "Then we'll listen to Big Brother. Since you dared to touch the commander of the Chaos Demon Cliff, you'll have to pay the price first." As the white-clothed youth's voice fell, the blue flame Red Panther immediately stood up and rushed out. There were materialized flames on his red clothes that soared into the sky. Then the flames danced. In a short moment, his figure had already appeared in front of Du Xiaofu and the others. A terrifying heat suddenly swept through the hall and spread out from his body, causing the surrounding spatial fluctuations to evaporate and become illusory. Just as the blue flame Red Panther attacked, the dozens of powerful demonic beasts at the Martial Marquis and Pulse Spirit stage in the hall immediately became restless. The aura on the blue flame Red Panther made them feel fear and dread from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 504. Humph. Du Xiaoqing's delicate body leaped out like a ghost as a green aura surged out from her body. She raised her delicate hand, and the green talisman engravings on her palm exploded. Her aura was noble, and her noble aura could intimidate thousands of beasts. Her palm slapped towards the blue flame Red Leopard. "You are also from the Beast Clan." The blue flame Red Leopard was shocked. The green-dressed young lady who suddenly attacked was clearly from the Beast Clan. He could feel the terrifying demonic beast sovereign aura, causing his bloodline and soul to tremble. That pressure came from the depths of his bloodline and soul. There was no doubt that this young lady's original body was an extremely terrifying existence. She was the most terrifying existence he had encountered in his life so far. All of a sudden, the blazing flames around the pale flame Red Leopard turned into talisman runes. Finally, they surged out from its body and rapidly turned into countless pale flame scales. In a flash, they covered its body, forming a pale flame barrier that protected it within. At the same time, Du Xiaoqing's green light runic palm landed on the blue flame scales. Bang, bang! With a low muffled sound, the green talisman engravings destroyed the ice armor easily and turned into runes before disappearing. Bang, bang! With a low muffled sound, a powerful and invisible wave spread out from Du Xiaoqing's palm like a ripple in a ring. Under such a powerful force, the blue flame Red Leopard scales were directly shattered. Puffed! Fresh blood spurted out from the mouth of the ash flame Red Leopard. Its body was sent flying, after which it landed heavily on the floor of the main hall. The impact caused the entire huge hall to sway. Cracks spread out on the ground. Roar! At this moment, all the beasts in the hall were trembling and hissing. The invisible demonic beast sovereign aura caused all the demonic beasts to tremble. Pairs of fearful eyes looked towards Du Xiaoqing. At the top of the hall, the white-clothed young man and the burly man beside him were also shocked. On Du Xiaoqing's devastatingly beautiful face, her pure and innocent temperament was cold at this moment. Dazzling azure light overflowed from her body, making her look pure and noble. She stared straight at the young man in white and berated in a delicate voice, "If you dare to look at me with that gaze again, I will tear off your wings and pluck them from your body." "Who are you guys?" On the white-clothed young man's handsome face, his eyes were filled with shock. He looked at Du Xiaoqing with fear. The aura from before made him tremble. "We said that we are from the World Society." Du Xiaoqing looked at the white-clothed young man and said, "From now on, if you guys dare to go to the World Society, I will destroy you guys." This girl is really arrogant. Hearing Du Xiaoqing's words, Du Xiaofu and Cheng Xingnan looked at each other. They did not expect this girl to be so arrogant. Humph, you are really arrogant. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Hearing Du Xiaoqing's words, a sneer appeared on the handsome face of the demonic youth in white. His eyes turned sharp. He was the king of the Chaos Demon Cliff, the king of the demonic beasts in the entire dark forest. He was also from the silver-winged demonic condor clan, and had recently broken through to the Beast King realm, the Nirvana realm. How could he be scared by someone's words? It seems like you want me to tear off your wings. Du Xiaoqing looked at the white-clothed young man with a faint smile on her youthful face. She was like an epiphyllum in the world. She was so beautiful that she could fall into people's hearts. There was a kind of holy beauty in her demonic charm that could make people remember her at first glance. However, looking at Du Xiaoqing, the group of beasts in the hall could not help but tremble. The blue flame-red leopard struggled to get up from the ground. Its scales were covered in blood. Its eyes were filled with fear and did not dare to approach. Humph, I want to know where you come from, little girl. The silver-winged demonic condor's eyes were filled with a domineering aura. As a member of the silver-winged demonic condor clan, it was said that the blood of an ancient supreme beast flowed in its body. How could it be so easily intimidated? On the surface of its body, a white light began to spread. At this moment, the silver-winged demonic condor's face was indifferent. Its eyes were awe-inspiring. A terrifying aura spread as it quickly pounced on Du Xiaoqing. Boom! A claw print formed in the silver-winged demonic condor's palm and pressed down on Du Xiaoqing. The claw print spurted out mysterious talisman patterns. Its aura was like raging waves crashing on the shore, capable of collapsing mountains and splitting the earth. Chi-Chi, the vast light in the claw print distorted a large area of space, accompanied by a shocking rumbling sound. It suddenly spread in front of Du Xiaoqing. Eagles, condors, falcons, geese, these demonic beasts were the fastest creatures in the world. It was said that only the rocks and the top beasts in the world could surpass them. The silver-winged demonic condor was an extraordinary existence in the Condor clan. It was one of the top beasts in the Earth Beast list. Its speed was definitely as fast as lightning. The claw print was about to envelop Du Xiaoqing. The silver-winged demonic condor wanted to subdue Du Xiaoqing. The pressure of the claw print was terrifying. The energy impact was monstrous. Instantly, it caused the surrounding space to boil. Like a tide, the waves rushed to the sky and drowned Du Xiaoqing. Its demonic power was terrifying. At this moment, under the silver-winged demonic condor's attack, even Du Xiaofu's heart trembled. The terrifying and fierce pressure spread. If it wasn't for the golden rock technique and rock blood in his body, his chi would have been stagnant and unable to resist. An ordinary martial lord realm cultivator would have no power to resist under such pressure. The silver-winged demonic condor at the Nirvana realm of the Beast King realm was so powerful. Humph! Du Xiaoqing let out a soft snort, accompanied by the release of a dazzling green brilliance. Her pitch-black eyes that were as clear as a stream revealed a strange expression. It was as if something had suddenly exploded. The green light became more intense, and her aura erupted like a tsunami. Boom! With a move of her delicate hand, Du Xiaoqing's speed was even more terrifying than the silver-winged demonic condor. A fist print suddenly struck out, as if it could blast open the space and hit the demonic condor. The fist and the claw collided. Suddenly, endless dazzling light flooded the main hall, causing the demonic beasts and Du Xiaofu in the main hall to be unable to open their eyes. Boom! The fist collided with the claw print. The two forces of energy collided. It was as if a thunderclap had exploded in the main hall. Endless runes exploded, causing the entire main hall to shake. There were crushed stones and cracks in the main hall. Roar! Under the spread of the terrifying pressure, all the beasts in the main hall hissed and crawled. This kind of pressure was something that even the ordinary beast kings could not resist. Humph! When the light dissipated, the silver-winged demonic condor's body staggered back. Wherever his feet passed, The ground cracked and turned into dust. His eyes were filled with shock, and a muffled groan came from his throat. It seemed that he had suffered a great loss just now. Du Xiaoqing's beautiful figure stood there, and her delicate figure only swayed slightly. Her ink-black hair was smooth like a waterfall, and it extended all the way to her slim waist and perky buttocks. Her hair swayed slightly, and it added a sense of youthful charm. The commander has suffered a loss. The remaining muscular man, who had strong bones and muscles, looked like a tiger that could shake a lion. At this moment his eyes were filled with shock. The silver-winged demonic condor, who had transformed into a white-clothed young man, stared at Du Xiaoqing and the others. His eyes rippled with terrifying runes. Then he looked at the muscular man beside him and suddenly said to Du Xiaoqing, "If you have the ability, come with me. Let's fight outside." Chi. As soon as his voice fell, the white-clothed young man and the muscular man turned into streaks of lightning and rushed out of the main hall. "Humph! I must tear off your wings today." Du Xiaoqing snorted. Her figure flashed out like a ghost and instantly disappeared from the main hall. Du Xiaofu and Cheng Xingnan looked at each other. Their eyes moved slightly, and they immediately followed behind. When Du Xiaofu, Cheng Xingnan, Du Xiaoyao, and the little tiger arrived at the plaza, Du Xiaoqing was already standing in the air. Her legs were long and slender, making her body look enchanting and graceful. However, Du Xiaoqing's drop-dead, gorgeous face still revealed a kind of immaturity at this moment, and it didn't really match her naturally charming and alluring arc. However, the aura she emitted at this moment was sufficient to make a myriad of beasts tremble violently. The white-clothed young man and the muscular man stood side by side in the air. They looked at Du Xiaoqing with fear in their eyes. "You are also a demonic beast. Why are you with those puny humans? Why don't you join us? When the time comes, the entire dark forest will be ours. How about it?" The silver-winged demonic condor looked at Du Xiaoqing and asked, "I only want to tear off your wings." Du Xiaoqing looked at the silver-winged demonic condor. Her ethereal eyes were cold. She did not take the silver-winged demonic condor too seriously. "Humph. Since that's the case, then you don't have to leave. I can feel that your bloodline is extraordinary. If you can be with me, maybe we can let our descendants have the best bloodline. That human girl seems to have a dragon aura in her body. She should be from the royal family of the human race. If she gives birth to my descendants, they will definitely be extraordinary." The silver-winged demonic condor sneered. He had extraordinary eyesight. As soon as his voice fell, his white clothes suddenly fluttered. A mighty aura spread out, and then he let out a loud screech towards the sky. "Gee, gee!" As the screeching sound resounded, a terrifying pressure spread across the sky. Chapter 505. Roar! As the roar resounded across the sky, the roar of countless beasts resounded across the mountain range. The ground trembled and the mountains swayed. Du Xiaofu looked at the sky and narrowed his eyes. Rustling sounds were emitted from the top and bottom of the mountain range as thunderous beast roars resounded. Rumble! Huge demonic beasts appeared on the mountain peak, one after another. Huge demonic beasts immediately covered the entire mountain range. Ferocious birds that blotted out the sun flapped their wings and flew out from the towering trees. The towering trees rose and fell as a huge beast tide gathered in a short period of time. Roar! Roar! At the same time, dozens of demonic beasts that rushed out of the large hall also roared and transformed into their huge bodies. There was the flaming demon lizard that was covered in scales, the single-horned demon rhinoceros that had thick skin and sharp horns, and the howling sky ice wolf that was ranked among the demonic beast kings. Du Xiaofu's expression turned serious as he looked at the demonic beasts that were densely packed and towering like countless mountains. It was not difficult to detect the aura of the demonic beasts at the Beast King stage. The flaming demon lizard, single-horned demon rhinoceros, howling sky ice wolf were all demonic beasts at the Beast King stage. There were also countless pulse spirit stage and pulse stage demonic beasts gathering on the mountain peak. The ferocious birds in the sky flapped their wings and blotted out the sun. Wave after wave of ferocious pressure descended, causing one's heart to tremble. At this moment, a huge beast tide had formed on the chaotic demon cliff. Even a martial king stage cultivator would have to retreat in the midst of the densely packed beast tide. Not to mention, there were also the blue flame red leopard, subduing tiger, tyrannical mastiff, and the silver-winged demonic condor. This is the Chaos Demon Cliff. I am the king here, the commander-in-chief. None of you can leave today. All of you stay here. A cold smile appeared on the silver-winged demonic condor's handsome face. His aura was overbearing and demonic. After which, he said to the blue flame red leopard and the burly man beside him, "Second brother, third brother, let's work together to deal with this girl. The rest of the beasts can deal with the rest." Roar! Roar! As soon as the silver-winged demonic condor finished speaking, the injured blue flame red leopard roared and transformed into a gigantic blue flame red leopard. Its body was covered with blue flames, and it looked terrifying. At the same time, the runes around the burly man's body flashed, and he instantly transformed into his true form. It was a subduing tiger mastiff that looked like a lion. It was rumored that the subduing tiger mastiff had the bloodline of the ancient tiger tribe and the ancient wolf tribe. Its bloodline was definitely not weak and was even stronger than the blue flame red leopard. The two gigantic demonic beasts stood tall. Their auras were even more ferocious and terrifying. Roar! Dozens of terrifying demonic beasts surrounded Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, Cheng Xingnan, and the little tiger. The dozens of huge demonic beasts were like dozens of towering mountains, making Du Xiaofu and the first Princess Cheng Xingnan look extremely small in comparison. In the sky above the square, there were many ferocious birds flapping their wings and looking down, their eyes sharp and frightening. Roar, roar. On the huge rocks around the square, the demonic beasts from the mountains climbed up and gathered on the huge rocks. All of them looked at Du Xiaofu and the others fiercely. Rumble! Suddenly, a dazzling light gushed out and a gigantic, blue-scaled, demonic snake swept out. Its whole body was emitting a cold and fishy aura. It spat out a poisonous airwave from its mouth, like a burning flame. In an instant, it burst into the sky and enveloped Cheng Xingnan. The first princess, Cheng Xingnan, was currently surrounded by the terrifying demonic beast tide. Facing the mountain-like demonic beasts, her beautiful face changed color and her eyes lost focus. "Get out of my way!" Du Xiaofu shouted. Golden light burst out from his body, and he rushed to the front of Cheng Xingnan. A dazzling golden rune in his hand destroyed the poisonous airwave. His figure flew out like a rock spreading its wings and punched the head of the blue-scaled demonic snake. Bang! The fluctuations of the golden storm were extremely terrifying. Immediately, blood spurted out from the head of the giant blue snake, causing blood to gush out from the head of the giant blue snake, revealing a bloody hole. It suddenly let out a mournful hiss. "Be careful and pay attention to protect yourself," Du Xiaofu said to the first Princess Cheng Xingnan beside him. At this time, his face was also slightly serious. The first Princess Cheng Xingnan came back to her senses and looked at Du Xiaofu with an apologetic smile in her eyes. Then, she held the stone dragon wind and thunder sword in her hand. Wind and thunder roared, and under the mighty pressure, many of the surrounding demonic beasts that were about to pounce on them were filled with fear. Roar! Almost at the same time, a gigantic demonic bird swooped down. As its huge wings swept out, it brought along 2 whirlpools of wind. Its sharp claws were sharp and frightening, and they enveloped Du Xiaofu and Cheng Xingnan. Chila! This gigantic demonic bird swooped down as if it wanted to tear apart Du Xiaofu and the first Princess Cheng Xingnan. Before its sharp claws, there was a sharp sound of the wind breaking, as if it could distort the space. If one was scratched by these sharp claws, even the top of a mountain would be directly crushed. It was terrifying. Roar! At this time, a soul-shaking tiger roar was heard, and it shook the heaven and earth. An ink-black flowing light rushed out of the sky like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a gigantic black flying tiger. Black runes soared into the sky, and the ink-black tiger flapped its wings. The tornado-like spatial airflow swept across the sky, and it was incomparably overbearing. The tiger pounced on its prey, and its speed was much faster than the demonic bird. Roar! The ink-black tiger roared ferociously, and it was like a black thunderbolt. It raised its tiger claws and suddenly waved them. The tiger claws directly tore the demonic bird's body, as if it wanted to tear the sky apart. Along with the overbearing and ferocious fluctuation, the surrounding space was shaken to the point that it was on the verge of collapse. Sizzle! At this moment, the ferocious bird was directly swept by the ink-black, huge tiger's claw. Cracks began to appear on its enormous body. Its intimidating eyes revealed fear as its enormous body turned into a bloody fog in midair. What a powerful bloodline! The beasts were shocked. Even the silver-winged demonic condor, the pale flame-red leopard, and the subduing tiger mastiff were shocked. The ink-black tiger's body was densely covered in ink-black scales, as if they were cast from the deep night sky. On the ink-black scales, there was a faint golden color that was faintly jumping. The aura from its body was like that of a supreme being from the tiger tribe. Although its cultivation had not reached the Beast King realm, the bloodline pressure from it made them tremble, especially the subduing tiger mastiff, who had the bloodline of the ancient tiger tribe in his body. When facing the ink-black tiger, his bloodline and soul were suppressed by the bloodline. The strength of the bloodline was much stronger than his, and it was not much weaker than the bloodline pressure from the young lady in the green dress. It was too terrifying. Is it a supreme being from the tiger tribe? The subduing tiger mastiff was shocked. He could feel that the ink-black tiger had the aura of a supreme being from the tiger tribe, but he could not tell what kind of tiger tribe demonic beast it was. Du Xiaofu looked at the sky, and his expression darkened. His eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, his purple robe shook, and the light golden talisman's secret inscription surged. In that short moment, a domineering and terrifying aura exploded like a flash flood. A dazzling golden light shot out from Du Xiaofu's body, and within the golden light, there seemed to be a golden winged rock spreading its wings. The golden talisman's secret inscriptions were dazzling like a rising sun. Sizzle! In an instant, amidst the dazzling light, the talisman's secret inscriptions arranged themselves and formed a pair of golden talisman secret inscriptions wings on Du Xiaofu's back. Boom! At that moment, the talisman's secret inscriptions wings on his back flapped, and a domineering aura swept out from Du Xiaofu's body. His body floated in the air, and with a flap of his wings, he was like a rock spreading its wings, soaring to the 9 heavens. This was not a real golden-winged rock, but at that moment, as the golden talisman's secret inscription's wings flapped, golden light was released, and Du Xiaofu was like a real golden-winged rock descending, bearing the domineering will and pressure of the golden-winged rock tribe. Roar! Under the golden-winged rock's domineering will and oppressive aura, the ferocious birds and ferocious beasts in the surrounding mountain peaks felt such a terrifying aura. All of them hissed and roared, and their bodies prostrated. This aura was something that no beast could resist. Woo-woo! All the beasts, especially, could not resist it. They hissed and fell to the ground, prostrating. How can the human have the aura of us demonic beasts? The blue flame red leopard was shocked. He could feel that the human's aura was definitely that of a demonic beast. What a terrifying aura! Why does it look like a golden-winged rock? That's a supreme existence among demonic beasts. The subduing tiger tyrant beast's eyes were also shocked. He could not recognize the black tiger's origin, but he could feel the origin of the golden-winged rock. This pure bloodline pressure was much more terrifying than the black tigers. Golden-winged rock. Could it really be the golden-winged rock tribe? The silver-winged demonic condor was shocked. On his handsome face, his eyes were trembling. To the silver-winged demonic condor tribe, the golden-winged rock tribe was also a supreme existence. The silver-winged demonic condor tribe's bloodline could not compete with it. If the silver-winged demonic condor was the king of the birds, then the golden-winged rock was the supreme overlord of the birds. Roar! The little tiger roared again. The sound waves caused the space to ripple. It was like a huge wave shaking the sky and earth. The tiger paw stood in the air with clouds forming under its feet. The little tiger flapped its wings, causing a faint golden ripple to rise and fall like a vast tsunami. It was incomparably domineering, causing half of the forest on the giant peak below to collapse and gravel to roll down. It was a terrifying scene. At this moment, under the pressure of the little tiger, the blood and souls of the surrounding demonic beasts trembled. It was roaring in the face of the supreme demonic beasts. The little tiger stood in the sky, looking covetously. Its aura was rolling, and its voice was like thunder. It could move mountains and rivers and suppress tens of thousands of demonic beasts. After the little tiger evolved, it had the power of the dark sky tiger. The azure dragon, white tiger, phoenix, black tortoise, and other top 10 demonic beasts on the heavenly beast list were all supreme existences. The dark sky tiger was not inferior to the white tiger. That kind of aura was not something the other demonic beasts could resist. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's golden-winged rock aura swept out. The aura of the little tiger, the dark sky tiger, and the golden-winged rock mixed and spread out. Under such mighty pressure, the surrounding demonic beasts had already begun to gradually crawl on the ground. Under such pressure, they did not dare to resist at all. Chirp, chirp, the silver-winged demonic condor roared, urging the other demonic beasts to control the demonic beasts. However, no matter how the silver-winged demonic condor roared, the surrounding demonic beasts crawled on the ground. They did not dare to move at all. Only the thunderous roars resounded on the Chaos Demon Cliff. Chapter 506. The silver-winged demonic condor's expression turned grave. The huge black tiger and the strange human with the aura of the golden-winged great rock had completely suppressed the beast horde with their terrifying bloodline pressure. The bloodline pressure was much stronger than the silver-winged demonic condors. Even though his cultivation was much higher, he was powerless now. Especially the human with the aura of the golden-winged great rock. He could feel that if he could obtain that human, it would definitely be greatly beneficial to him. As a flying demonic beast, the golden-winged great rock was a supreme overlord. Even the slightest benefit would be greatly beneficial to him. You've angered me. I'll tear you apart today. At this moment, Du Xiaoqing's voice rang out. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly as she stared at the silver-winged demonic condor. Her hair fluttered behind her back as a green light flashed in her eyes. She pounced towards the silver-winged demonic condor. Boom! Clenching her delicate hand into a fist, the green runes around Du Xiaoqing's body burst forth like a green volcano erupting. Dazzling green light burst forth, boundless and boundless. She suddenly appeared in front of the silver-winged demonic condor. On the silver-winged demonic condor's extraordinarily handsome face, a domineering demonic aura flashed across his eyes as a bright light surged out. Without the slightest pause, his figure flashed strangely. Relying on the terrifying speed of the silver-winged demonic condor, he actually narrowly avoided Du Xiaoqing's punch. Chi. However, all of this did not seem to have much effect on Du Xiaoqing. Green light bloomed as her body floated in the air, curving gracefully. She unbelievably turned her fist around, drawing a graceful green arc on the Chaos Demon Cliff under the setting sun. Once again, she appeared in front of the silver-winged demonic condor. A terrifying aura was tightly locked onto the silver-winged demonic condor. The silver-winged demonic condor was stunned, as if he did not expect Du Shaoqing to be stronger than he had imagined. He gathered his strength and immediately punched towards Du Shaoqing. Boom! The low, muffled sound was like thunder. The dazzling symbols blossomed in the sky like fireworks, and the energy wind engulfed the vast sky like a storm. Puchi! Within the storm of strength chi, the silver-winged demon condor spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Roar! At the same time, the gigantic blue flame-red leopard and subduing tiger mastiff in the air saw that the situation was not good and also attacked Du Shaoqing. Chi-la! The subduing tiger mastiff was the first to arrive. Its aura seemed to be able to subdue a tiger and subdue a dragon. A terrifying aura burst forth as it opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp teeth that were like Dao artifacts. A terrifying light burst forth as it instantly pounced beside Du Shaoqing. Humph! Du Shaoqing scoffed. At this moment, her devastatingly beautiful face was filled with anger. She completely ignored the subduing tiger mastiff's attack. A graceful arc streaked across the air, and after a few strange flashes, she actually appeared in front of the subduing tiger mastiff's bloody mouth. A dazzling green rune surged out of her slender hand, and like a green thunderbolt, it directly collided with the subduing tiger mastiff's terrifying sharp teeth. Chi-la-la! A few of the subduing tiger mastiff's teeth were instantly broken. Its mouth was dripping with blood, and those terrifying sharp teeth that were like Dao artifacts were forcefully exploded by Du Shaoqing. As fresh blood spurted out, its gigantic body also fell to the ground. Roar! The blue flame-red leopard's gigantic body finally pounced forward. It stretched out its claws and was about to crush Du Shaoqing's back. Ewo! Suddenly, a roar that sounded like the roar of a dragon and the cry of a divine elephant resounded beside the blue flame-red leopard. A domineering aura caused the space to tremble violently. Its aura was overbearing and unparalleled, causing the heart of the blue flame-red leopard to tremble in an instant. Then, an unparalleled fist print, accompanied by an explosion of golden light, ruthlessly landed on the already injured blue flame-red leopard. As the fist landed, there seemed to be the sound of wind and thunder mixed together. A thunderous energy sound suddenly resounded on the Chaos Demon Cliff. Boom! Terrifying energy ripples suddenly swept out like stormy waves, causing the space to tremble. The blue flame-red leopard's gigantic body was directly sent flying in midair. Chi! Almost at the same time, a gigantic crystal clear ape suddenly appeared in front of the blue flame-red leopard that was sent flying. Eat old Du's fist too. The golden ape's eyes were intelligent. It was born with spiritual eyes that overlooked everything in the world. It was like a terrifying lord had been born. A dazzling golden light exploded like the sun. A terrifying aura erupted as it suddenly threw a punch. This punch seemed to be able to push in all directions and suppress everything. It caused the thousands of beasts below to tremble for no reason. There was an inexplicable pressure in that terrifying power, as though it wanted to burst the souls of all living creatures. Boom! The punch landed directly on the blue flame-red leopard's body. A low, muffled sound resounded in the sky as the blue flame-red leopard's shrunk pupils shrunk. The sound wave was sonorous and ear-splitting. Runes and energy spread in all directions, following which the blue flame-red leopard's gigantic body fell to the edge of the square below with blood dripping from its mouth and the scales on its body cracking. Rumble! Many huge rocks shot out from the pressure. The ground cracked and turned into dust. The blue flame-red leopard was in a terrible state. The golden ape was naturally transformed from Little Demon Du, without a doubt. During this period of time, Little Demon Du's strength had once again improved by quite a bit. After beating the dog that was down, she joined hands with Du Xiaofu. The unlucky one was naturally the pitiful blue flame red leopard. Gee, all of this happened in the short span of 2 to 3 breaths. As the subduing tiger mastiff and the blue flame red leopard were injured, the silver-winged demonic condor finally could not help but transform into its gigantic body. A gigantic silver-winged demonic condor with silver-white, jade-like wings and a grayish-white body appeared in the sky above the Chaos Demon Cliff. Under the illumination of the sunset, the gigantic silver-winged demonic condor's body was suffused with an illusory luster. It was shrouded in an ancient light, and its aura was extremely terrifying. It had a domineering and dominant aura. Its eyes were intimidating as it looked disdainfully at the sky. Is this the true body of the silver-winged demonic condor? At this moment, under such an aura, Du Xiaofu, who was in midair, could not help but exclaim, "The silver-winged demonic condor of the martial king, Nirvana realm, was truly terrifying." Compared to the terrifying aura of the blue flame red leopard and the subduing tiger mastiff, it was many times stronger. Qi. Seeing the silver-winged demonic condor transform into its true body, Du Xiaoyao's ethereal green eyes flashed with splendor. It was as if something was awakening. Then, her graceful body did not retreat. Instead, she charged towards the silver-winged demonic condor. Seeing Du Xiaoqing charging towards it, the silver-winged demonic condor's eyes were extremely ugly. Its domineering aura surged, and the demonic runes on its body surged. It released all of its power and roared furiously, "You have also angered me!" Chi la la! As the sharp roar fell, the silver-winged demonic condor flapped its silver-white wings. Not only did a monstrous demonic aura burst out, but there was also a storm that swept towards Du Xiaoqing in an extremely terrifying manner. It wanted to suppress and kill Du Xiaoqing. Du Xiaoqing's graceful body was like duckweed in the storm-like power of the silver-winged demonic condor. It was unpredictable like a ghost. One was hard and one was soft. Suddenly, they engaged in a fierce battle. The sun was setting in the west, and the red clouds were in the sky. On the Chaos Demon Cliff, roars and screams shook the sky. Du Xiaoqing and the silver-winged demonic condor were fighting. The surrounding beasts were completely unable to interfere. They could only watch the terrifying battle in midair. Rumble! The silver-winged demonic condor's attack was domineering and fierce. The demonic condor overflowed and shook the sky. Du Xiaoqing made her move. Her graceful body was wrapped in green light. No matter how domineering and fierce the silver-winged demonic condor's attack was, it could not do anything to that graceful body at this moment. The speed of this battle was also as fast as lightning, especially Du Xiaoqing's delicate body at this moment. Under the silver-winged demonic condor's huge body, she seemed extremely small. Hence, people could only see the afterimage. Those with low strength could not see the battle at that speed clearly at all. Bang, bang, bang. However, there were continuous explosions in midair. Many huge rocks below were occasionally affected and instantly cracked. Some turned into gravel and powder. Strong, definitely very strong. Du Xiaofu was shocked. The silver-winged demonic condor was indeed not ordinary. With the cultivation of the Beast King realm at the Nirvana realm, this kind of strength was enough to make a martial king realm complete cultivation retreat. Little Qing is actually so strong. At this moment, the first princess Cheng Shengnan was shocked by Du Xiaoqing. Cheng Shengnan knew that Du Xiaoqing was very strong, but he did not expect Du Xiaoqing to be so strong. The power released from that small and graceful body could completely contend with that terrifying silver-winged demonic condor and even gain the upper hand. Bang, bang, bang. There were continuous low-energy sounds. Du Xiaoqing's delicate body shuttled through the silver-winged demonic condor's violent attacks. No matter how domineering and violent the silver-winged demonic condor's attacks were, they were all dodged by that graceful body. She even took the opportunity to continuously land palm and fist prints on the silver-winged demonic condor's silver-white wings and grayish-white body. Walala! Finally, the huge silver-winged demonic condor's body had feathers flying off under Du Xiaoqing's bombardment. The huge body was constantly being suppressed and blasted back by Du Xiaoqing's delicate body. The power that erupted from that graceful body made the silver-winged demonic condor, who was using all his strength, unable to resist anymore. Screech, screech. The silver-winged demonic condor screeched. After being continuously suppressed by Du Xiaoqing, it became more and more irritable. Its eyes flickered with light, and it did not explode. A terrifying aura swept out. However, it seemed to be completely useless against Du Xiaoqing. It was still bombarded by Du Xiaoqing. Qi. Even when the silver-winged demonic condor was in a rage, Du Xiaoqing found the best opportunity. She waved her hand, and a green light spread out. A terrifying and shocking energy fluctuation accompanied by a shocking aura spread out. That kind of aura was definitely not much weaker than the golden-winged rock's aura. Chi, 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 chi. In a short period of time, dazzling, mysterious runes erupted from the green light. They were like countless threads of energy. In the end, they formed a moving green wing in Du Xiaoqing's delicate hand. Chapter 507. Mist spread over the wings. The wings were perfectly curved, as agile as the wings of a phoenix, and as domineering as the wings of a golden-winged rock. Countless dazzling green lights shot out. A huge wave of energy rushed out from the wings, causing the entire sky to tremble violently. Finally, it landed on the left wing of the silver-winged demonic eagle. Swish! Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the silver-winged demonic eagle was slapped down by Du Xiaoqing. The feathers on its left wing immediately fell off and blood dripped. The body of the silver-winged demonic condor, which was hundreds of feet in size, fell to the left under the impact of the terrifying force. Its right wing was unable to stop its fall, and instead it caused its huge body to spin a few rounds in the air like a whirlpool before it finally crashed into the mountain. Rumble! The huge body of the silver-winged demonic condor fell like a meteor, causing the entire chaotic demon cliff to tremble. Gravel shot out, towering trees were broken, and the ground cracked. Rumbling sounds rang out continuously, and the ground shook. In the air, Du Xiaoqing's body was shrouded in green mist. Her black hair fluttered in the wind as her slender legs fell. Her seductive and graceful figure fell like lightning and landed on the back of the silver-winged demonic eagle that had just crashed to the ground. Swish! The silver-winged demonic eagle panicked, trying to resist Du Xiaoqing. Its terrifying aura caused people to tremble violently. It screeched and roared as the light covered the entire chaos demon cliff. However, the silver-winged demonic eagle could no longer resist Du Xiaoqing. Her graceful body landed, and she grabbed the grayish-white feathers of the silver-winged demonic eagle with one hand. She clenched her other hand into a fist and punched the silver-winged demonic eagle's huge back. Bang! 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 When the fists landed, the energy rippled like water. The sound waves were terrifying, and the power was terrifying. It emitted a dazzling green light, causing the mountain to crumble and the ground to crack. Swish! 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 Under Du Xiaoqing's violent attacks, the silver-winged demonic eagle kept spurting blood from its mouth. Its aura became weaker and weaker, and it was completely crushed by Du Xiaoqing on the mountain. Gee! No matter how hard the silver-winged demonic condor struggled, under the suppression of Du Xiaoqing, it was unable to shake Du Xiaoqing's beautiful body. Especially now, under the suppression of Du Xiaoqing's aura, which was not much inferior to the golden-winged great pong bird, the silver-winged demonic condor found it even harder to resist. Bang, bang, bang! Under Du Xiaoqing's brutal beating, the domineering silver-winged demonic condor became pitiful. Its back was badly mutilated, dripping with blood, and it constantly let out miserable howls. At this moment, the subduing tiger mastiff and the blue flame red leopard were watching from afar. However, they could not help and did not dare to approach Du Shaoqing. I said, "I'm going to tear off your wings." Du Shaoqing shouted, moving her delicate body to the left wing of the silver-winged demonic condor that was already injured. She continued to bombard it with her fists, waving her hands to tear apart the feathers. Gee. In an instant, the left wing of the silver-winged demon condor was dripping with blood. Its flesh was badly mutilated, and it was a tragic sight. Goo! Seeing Du Shaoqing's ferocious side, Du Xiaoyao's red-bone horse monkey body swallowed his saliva. This girl is actually so fierce. Du Xiaofu was not any less shocked than Du Xiaoyao. It was also the first time he saw Du Shaoqing being so fierce. Gee! The silver-winged demonic condor let out a miserable shriek, and its wails continued to resound, causing the tens of thousands of beasts in the Chaos Demon Cliff to tremble in fear. Stop fighting, I surrender, I won't deal with the world society anymore. Finally, the silver-winged demonic condor, whose aura was weak and almost on the verge of death, could no longer be domineering and begged Du Shaoqing for mercy. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. It's too late to surrender now. You made me angry. Today I must tear off your wings. Du Shaoqing did not have the slightest intention of letting the silver-winged demonic condor go. She continued to beat the silver-winged demonic condor, determined to tear off its wings. The pitiful silver-winged demonic condor was on the verge of death, screaming and wailing. Little Qing, stop for now. I want to say a few words to him. Du Xiaofu's figure was dripping with blood at this time. His skin and flesh were lacerated, and he landed in front of the dying silver-winged demonic condor. The golden rune wings on his back disappeared, and his eyes regained their clarity. Hearing this, Du Shaoqing stopped beating the silver-winged demonic condor, but she still suppressed the silver-winged demonic condor's back, making it unable to move at all. Silver-winged demonic condor, how about you surrender to the world society? Du Xiaofu looked at the bloody silver-winged demonic condor and asked, "In your dreams?" The silver-winged demonic condor shouted dispiritedly. How could he surrender so easily? He was a silver-winged demonic condor, a beast king at the Nirvana realm. How could he surrender to a human force, to a small world society? He was planning to flatten the Chaos Demon City in the next few days. Little Qing, then let's kill this big bird. We can barbecue it later. It should taste good. Hearing the silver-winged demonic condor's words, Du Xiaofu suddenly turned and left, not even looking at the silver-winged demonic condor. Okay, let's continue to eat barbecue later. The bear paws and bird wings last night were really delicious. I want to eat more wings. Hearing this, Du Shaoqing thought of the taste of the barbecue last night, and her saliva instantly overflowed. She waved her hands like rain, and once again, she landed on the silver-winged demonic condor's huge back. The silver-winged demonic condor kept howling in pain, looking extremely miserable. Hearing this, the poor silver-winged demonic condor's eyes were filled with fear. Thinking of the broken paws and wings of the blazing mountain-splitting bear and the iron-armored demonic condor yesterday, it seemed like they were really barbecued and eaten by these guys. He felt a chill down his spine. It seemed like these guys were definitely not joking. What the silver-winged demonic condor didn't expect was that the purple-robed young man wanted him to surrender, but he only asked once and then left without looking back. This made him lose his last shred of self-control. Stop hitting me. I surrender. I really surrender. The silver-winged demonic condor was finally scared. He completely felt fear. These guys looked young, but they were all malefic. They definitely wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Under the absolute fear of death, he was also afraid. Du Xiaofu turned back and looked at the mountain-like silver-winged demonic condor in front of him. His eyes signaled Du Shaoqing to stop again and said, I want you to surrender, not you. I can surrender, but I won't surrender to the world society. I will only surrender to you. Otherwise, even if you kill me, I will never surrender to the world society. The silver-winged demonic condor was just Du Xiaofu. Although he surrendered on his last breath, his eyes were still filled with arrogance. This was the arrogance of the silver-winged demonic condor clan. It came from the bloodline and soul. This kind of arrogance was something he was willing to protect with his life. The world society was a human force. He was a silver-winged demonic condor clan, so he definitely couldn't surrender to the world society. For the silver-winged demonic condor, these people in front of him were all monsters. Even the purple-robed young man in front of him looked like a human, but he had the aura of the golden-winged roc. The bloodline of the black tiger and the girl in green dress were also much higher than his. So even if he surrendered, the silver-winged demonic condor wouldn't feel too shameful. Subservience of the bloodline was the unchanging law of the demonic beasts. All right, no problem. Du Xiaofu nodded. A smile appeared on his face. There wasn't much difference between surrendering to the world society and surrendering to Shao Qing and himself. Humph, at least you know what's good for you. But I won't be able to eat your wings. Du Xiaoqing glared at the silver-winged demonic condor and then looked at the subduing tiger mastiff and the gray flame scarlet leopard. She then shouted, "What about you too? Are you going to surrender or are you going to be roasted?" The gray flame scarlet leopard and the subduing tiger mastiff looked at each other. At this moment, the silver-winged demonic condor had already surrendered. What else could they do? Were willing to surrender. The subduing tiger mastiff and the gray flame scarlet leopard prostrated themselves on the ground. They had no other choice. They didn't want to be roasted. Roar! At the same time, on the Chaos Demon Cliff, thousands of monsters were roaring and prostrating themselves on the ground. The three commanders had already surrendered. The remaining monsters couldn't resist at all. At dusk, the sun had completely set. Thick clouds covered the sky, and the setting sun could only take advantage of a small gap to shoot out rays of crimson light, rolling in golden waves in the sky. Eldest Princess Cheng Shengnan stood on the square in shock. The curtains of a great battle had been drawn. The gray flame, scarlet leopard, the subduing tiger mastiff, and the silver-winged demonic condor had surrendered. This result was beyond Eldest Princess Cheng Shingnan's imagination. Looking at the purple-robed young man and the green-robed young lady at the foot of the mountain, Cheng Shingnan was shocked. The unknown world society was going to be his. With Du Xiaoqing around, the world society was already terrifying enough. Moreover, there was also the Medicine King Yi Wuming and the Eagle King Gongblade. Although the gray flame scarlet leopard, the subduing tiger mastiff, and the silver-winged demonic condor hadn't joined the world society, it was no different from joining the world society. There was also the monster army at the Chaos Demon Cliff. The power of the world society had definitely reached a terrifying level. From a certain perspective, the current world society was enough to become the #1 power in the Dark Forest. It was even enough to contend with an empire. The setting sun also lost its last trace of afterglow. The sky and earth darkened. The twilight was like a large gray net, quietly spreading down and enveloping the entire land. Night fell. The blue sky was dotted with stars. A round moon hung high in the sky. At this moment, in the huge and majestic building on the Chaos Demon Cliff, Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, Cheng Shingnan, and the little tiger were still in a state of excitement. There are so many spiritual herbs. This is enough to fill our stomachs. In a huge stone room, there were mysterious patterns of multicolored light. The fragrance of herbs assailed their nostrils. The energy ripples made people's hearts tremble. There were piles of spiritual herbs everywhere. There were also 7 or 8 spiritual weapons. Du Xiaofu even found many Qingquan bags among them. 2 updates in a row, looking for fresh flowers and recommendations, working hard to adjust the update time. Chapter 508. Du Xiaoyao stuffed a stalk of spirit medicine into her mouth and picked up a long sword spirit weapon. However, Du Xiaofu immediately snatched it away and said, "You wastrel! I still have use for the spirit weapon. Keep it for me." Petty. Du Xiaoyao glared at Du Xiaofu angrily and then continued to swallow the spirit medicine. Du Xiaofu kept all the spirit weapons into his Qinkuan bag, afraid that Du Xiaoyao would ruin all the spirit medicine. Many of the spirit medicine had the effect of increasing mental energy. Du Xiaofu was thinking about his big brother, Zhen Qingchen. He couldn't let Du Xiaoyao gobble them all up. These spirit medicine were all collected from the Chaos Demon Cliff. The spirit weapons were left behind by the humans we killed. In the stone room, only the subduing tiger and tyrannical mastiff with the lightest injuries were with them. The silver-winged demon condor and the blue-flame red leopard, who were riddled with wounds, flesh, and blood flying in all directions, stood at the very back at this moment. They looked at Du Xiaoqing with fear in their eyes. Du Xiaofu collected the large pile of spirit medicine without hesitation. He didn't expect to have such a harvest from the Chaos Demon Cliff. Many of the spirit medicine were used to concoct high-grade pills. Their high grade and preciousness made Du Xiaofu's heart tremble. Du Xiaofu recognized a few of the spirit medicine as the ingredients needed to concoct the Emperor Beast pill. They were extremely expensive and were even priceless. "I'll take the ingredients for the Emperor Beast pill first. If there's a chance, I'll ask the Medicine King to help you concoct an Emperor Beast pill." Du Xiaofu didn't forget to comfort the silver-winged demonic condor when he collected the spirit medicine, spirit weapons, and Qinkuan bag. After all, in order to make the silver-winged demonic condor sincerely surrender, he had to show both kindness and power. However, Du Xiaofu was more at ease with the demonic beasts' surrender than with humans. Generally speaking, demonic beasts were much more trustworthy than humans. Among the demonic beasts, treachery and betrayal were rare. The higher the demonic beast, the more arrogant a demonic beast was. Once they surrendered, they wouldn't betray. The silver-winged demonic condor's heart ached when he saw Du Xiaofu took the spirit medicine. The silver-winged demonic condor's heart ached, but there was nothing he could. However, the silver-winged devil condor was very curious. He had placed these spirit medicines and some of the things he had obtained over the years in the secret room. How did Du Xiaofu and the others find out? And inside of the Avyang, inside of the up in the main hall, Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, little tiger, the silver-winged demonic condor, the subduing tiger mastiff, the blue flame red leopard, and a few demonic beast kings of the extreme beast lord realm and the nirvana realm were present. The golden demonic python that Du Xiaoqing had trampled on in the afternoon was also present. But at this moment, it was looking at Du Xiaoqing with its scarlet eyes, full of reverence. However, the eldest princess, Chengxingnan, was nowhere to be seen. She was not in the main hall. Silver condor, domineering mastiff, blue leopard, I plan to establish a heavenly beast hall. The three of you will be the commanders of the heavenly beast hall. What do you think? Du Xiaofu, who was sitting at the head of the hall, asked the three of them. There were many demonic beasts in the Chaos Demon Cliff. The silver-winged demonic condor, the subduing tiger mastiff, and the blue flame red leopard didn't want to join the world society. This gave Du Xiaofu a headache. He couldn't possibly be the king of the Chaos Demon Cliff. After thinking about it, Du Xiaofu thought of establishing a heavenly beast hall. If he could subdue some other demonic beast experts in the future, he would have a place to stay. After all, it wouldn't be easy to get demonic beasts to join the world society. Brother, I want to join the heavenly beast hall too. If you become the hall master of the heavenly beast hall, I will be the deputy hall master. Du Xiaoqing pouted and looked at Du Xiaofu. She was interested in this matter too. All right, you will be the deputy hall master of the heavenly beast hall, Du Xiaofu said with a smile. Greetings, hall master and deputy hall master. The silver-winged demonic condor, the subduing tiger mastiff, and the blue flame red leopard looked at each other. Since they had already surrendered, there was naturally no reason for them to object. They immediately stood up and bowed, respectfully. "Greetings, Hall Master and Deputy Hall Master." In the main hall, the golden demonic python and the other demonic beasts also bowed respectfully. Du Xiaofu smiled. He didn't expect that this trip to the Chaos Demon Cliff would have such a harvest. His original goal was to negotiate with the silver-winged demonic condor and the others. He didn't expect that he would be able to subdue the silver-winged demonic condor, the subduing tiger mastiff, and the blue flame red leopard. These three demonic beasts. By subduing the demonic beasts on the Chaos Demon Cliff, especially the silver-winged demonic condor, the subduing tiger mastiff, and the blue flame red leopard, Du Xiaofu knew in his heart that he had gained a huge support. With the addition of the World Society, he could be considered to have a real power in the dark forest. In the main hall, Du Xiaofu discussed with the silver-winged demonic condor, the subduing tiger mastiff, and the others. The Heavenly Beast Hall would have the Hall Master, Deputy Hall Master, Commander, Elder, Protector, and other positions. There was a detailed hierarchy system on the Chaos Demon Cliff. Du Xiaofu also handed everything over to the silver-winged demonic condor, the subduing tiger mastiff, and the blue flame red leopard. Silver Condor, since you have surrendered and are now the commander of the Heavenly Beast Hall, you are one of us. Take this and heal your injuries for the time being. After everything was explained, Du Xiaofu took out a jade bottle and threw it directly to the silver-winged demonic condor. A terrifying energy fluctuation passed through the jade bottle, and at this moment it seemed to be gushing out. A domineering and fierce pressure wanted to break out of the bottle. The silver-winged demon condor's heart suddenly trembled. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the jade bottle as his entire body trembled. The pressure that spread out from the jade bottle caused his eyes to ripple violently, as though he had obtained a precious treasure. The night was not pitch black. Instead, it was filled with a kind of inky blue. The blue sky flickered with the fluctuations of the stars. The moonlight was like a stream enveloping the cliffs. The towering trees cast mottled traces under the moonlight. The night was as cool as water gently sprinkling down. On the rock, the first princess, Cheng Shengnan, stood quietly. In the night, her eyes were like the stars, deep and moving. Her slender and graceful figure stood in the moonlight. The curve was alluring, like a blue orchid in the darkness. Qi. Du Xiaofu's figure landed behind the first princess, Cheng Shengnan. He took a few steps forward and quietly stood beside her graceful figure. He looked at the bright moon in the sky without saying a word. "Are you done?" Cheng Shengnan turned her head. Her red lips slightly parted, a faint smile on her lips. "Yes." Du Xiaofu nodded gently. The matters on the Chaos Demon Cliff were almost settled. The silver-winged demonic condor and the others had already surrendered, so there shouldn't be any big problems. I'm also planning to go back. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Cheng Shingnan's bright eyes moved slightly. She waved her hair and her red lips slightly opened. Occasionally, a gust of night wind blew past, ruffling her hair and spreading a faint fragrance. Go back to the palace? Looking at the face in front of him, Du Xiaofu suddenly felt a little reluctant. He had never felt this way before. After going back to the palace, I should be going back to the Divine Light Court. After a period of time, it will be an important day for the disciples of the Divine Light Court. Maybe I can get some opportunities, Cheng Shengnan said to Du Xiaofu. When will you be back? Du Xiaofu asked. I still don't know if you'll miss me. Cheng Shingnan's lips curled into a beautiful smile. Yes, I will. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. Although he did not like the Divine Light Court, the first princess was a disciple of the Divine Light Court, so there was nothing he could do. Anyway, he should not have too many disputes with the Divine Light Court. Hearing this, the first Princess Cheng Shingnan's beautiful face bloomed with a bright smile. Looking at that moving smile, Du Xiaofu's heart trembled. At this moment, their eyes met, and both of them looked into each other's eyes. The atmosphere was already faintly different, as if something was rising in their hearts. Suddenly, the first princess raised her head, tiptoed slightly, and lightly kissed his resolute face with her red lips. Then she lowered her head and lowered her eyes. Her beautiful face was crimson. "When I'm not here, you have to behave. Otherwise, when I come back, I won't let you off." Before the first princess's voice faded, suddenly a familiar breath assailed her nose. A pair of fiery eyes met, and then she felt her red lips firmly pressed against his. Although she had already experienced it last time, the first Princess Cheng Xingnan was still a little flustered by this unexpected love. But soon she was intoxicated by this feeling. The thick and smooth fragrance rubbed between their tongues, causing the first Princess Cheng Xingnan's mind to go blank. She unconsciously closed her eyes, but instinctively wanted to hug the purple-robed young man in front of her. Her face was red and her heart was beating fast. Her consciousness was blurred, and she could only feel the gentle night breeze blowing by, mixed with the warm breath of his body, causing her to gradually sink into it. Her whole body was numb, and she reflexively kissed him back passionately. The next morning, everything was quiet. At the bottom of the demon cliff, a soft mist rose from the abyss and hovered in midair. The first rays of the morning sun shone into the sky, rendering everything hazy and illusory. On the square of the demon cliff, Du Xiaofu's eyes rippled as he watched the orange-red figure gradually disappear into the sky. Du Xiaoqing gently pulled her brother's arm and said, "Brother, has sister Shengnan gone back?" "And she's gone back. Let's also prepare to return to the demon cliff." Du Xiaofu said softly. The matters at the demon cliff were almost settled. If they didn't go back, the Medicine King and the Eagle King would be worried. Demon Cliff World Society. In the side hall of the continuous pavilions, the Eagle King Gong Dao looked worried. They haven't returned yet. Could something have happened? The silver-winged demonic eagle is not to be trifled with. The silver-winged demonic eagle is not to be trifled with, but they should be able to protect themselves. Let's wait and see, the Medicine King said softly, but his face was slightly solemn. He knew very well how terrifying the silver-winged demonic eagle was. They are too bold. They actually dared to barge into the demon cliff. If we had known, we would have gone with them. The Eagle King Gong Dao was a little regretful. If he had known, he would have gone with the Medicine King. Chapter 509. Although he had been forced to join the world meet in the beginning, the Eagle King Gongblade had gradually integrated into the world meet during this period of time. Especially during this period of time, he had seen hope and anticipation in the world meet. I think we don't have to worry anymore. They've already returned. Just as Eagle King Gong Dao finished speaking, the Medicine King revealed a slight smile. The worry in his eyes also gradually dissipated. They're back. Eagle King Gong Dao raised his eyebrows. He still hadn't sensed Du Xiaofu's aura in the vicinity. However, it wasn't strange. In terms of mental strength, the Medicine King was naturally stronger than him. "Old Yao, Eagle King, why are you all here?" A moment later, Du Xiaofu walked into the side hall alone with a smile on his face. Then he sat down on the chair. "How was it? Did anything happen?" The Medicine King sized up Du Xiaofu. He didn't seem to have fought a big battle. He seemed to be a little puzzled. "Don't tell me you didn't go to the Chaos Demon Cliff? Or did you not encounter the silver-winged demonic eagle?" Eagle King looked at Du Xiaofu with suspicion when he saw that Du Xiaofu was unscathed. If he encountered the silver-winged demonic eagle, it was impossible for him to not fight it. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly when he heard this. Then he roughly explained what happened at the Chaos Demon Cliff to the Medicine King and Eagle King Gong Dao. When the Medicine King and Eagle King Gong Dao found out that the entire Chaos Demon Cliff had become a heavenly beast hall in just one day's time, not only had all the beasts surrendered, but even the silver-winged demonic eagle, blue-flame scarlet leopard, and subduing tiger mastiff had surrendered. This left the Medicine King and Eagle King, Gong Dao, dumbfounded. They looked at Du Xiaofu as if he was a ghost. After a long while, the Medicine King and Eagle King, Gong Dao, came back to their senses. They naturally knew what it meant for the world meat that the Chaos Demon Cliff had become the Heavenly Beast Hall. Du Xiaofu chatted with the King of Medicine, Eagle King, and Gong Dao for a while and asked about their recent plans. The threat of the Chaos Demon Cliff had been removed from the World Assembly, but the threat of the one pavilion, one castle, and two sects still existed. After pondering for a while, Du Xiaofu decided to observe the situation of the four major powers for now. One pavilion, one fort, and two sections. If the four major powers want to deal with us, they should have some reservations. However, it will be difficult for us to deal with one pavilion, one fort, and two sections. It is best not to act rashly. Yao Wang said to Du Xiaofu, "Are you worried about the ban?" When Eagle King Gong Dao heard this, his single eye narrowed slightly, as if he had thought of something he was afraid of from the Medicine King's words. Looking at the Medicine King, Eagle King, and Gong Dao's expressions, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes and asked, "Prohibition? What prohibition?" "Grandma Silverflower." The Medicine King looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Grandma Silverflower's ban forbids the major factions from massacring each other in the Dark Forest. This ban has been rumored for a long time, but the major factions have been abiding by it. Otherwise, the one pavilion, one castle, and two sects wouldn't have been able to maintain the balance for so long. They would have swallowed each other up long ago, especially when Grandma Silverflower appeared not long ago." Grandma Silverflower. Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed. Not long ago, he had received an opportunity from his master, the revered equipment master, and it was a gift from Grandma Silverflower. "Last time, when you were taken away by Grandma Silverflower, did you see her?" The Medicine King asked Du Xiaofu. "When Grandma Silverflower appeared last time, he was also beside him. I didn't see her clearly." Du Xiaofu shook his head. All he saw was an old voice. The voice was old and gentle, and he didn't see her face. He then asked the Medicine King, Eagle King, and Gong Dao, why did Grandma Silverflower forbid massacring each other in the Dark Forest? The Dark Forest has always been coveted by many empires. If massacring each other in the Dark Forest, I'm afraid that many experts will fall. This is not good for the Dark Forest. Grandma Silverflower has always been protecting the Dark Forest. This is probably the reason why she made such a ban," the Medicine King guessed. The three of them chatted for a while before dispersing. Originally, Du Xiaofu wanted to make a trip back to the college. However, he wanted to help his brother, Zhen Qingchen, concoct some elixirs to recover the primordial spirit. Such elixirs were hard to find. Therefore, it would be faster for him to concoct them himself. Therefore, he asked the Medicine King to help him concoct a few. As for the elixirs needed to concoct the elixirs, he had obtained many of them from the Chaos Demon Cliff. In addition, Du Xiaofu had also been collecting elixirs during this period of time. Therefore, he didn't lack elixirs for the time being. When Du Xiaofu asked, the Medicine King naturally nodded and agreed to help. He even asked Du Xiaofu to concoct the elixirs together with him, intending to impart some knowledge of alchemy and talisman masters. Du Xiaofu originally wanted to take advantage of the time when the Medicine King was concocting the elixirs to practice the profound soul eyes that his brother, Zhen Qingchen, had imparted to him previously. During the battle with Lu Kuin in the imperial capital, Zhen Qingchuan's primordial spirit had used his physical body to activate this strange technique to attack one's spirit. Later, when Du Xiaofu fought against Ho Bumming, he had also used it once. However, he wasn't very familiar with it, and its power hadn't reached its peak yet. Previously, when his brother, Zhen Qingchuan's primordial spirit, had used his physical body to fight, it had been of great help to Du Xiaofu in his cultivation of the profound soul eyes. After a little guidance from Zhen Qingchen, Du Xiaofu had mastered the profound soul eyes. However, if he wanted to achieve the power it should have, he would need to comprehend it properly and cultivate it for a period of time. But now that the Medicine King was willing to guide him, Du Xiaofu naturally couldn't ask for anything more. He also wanted to ask the Medicine King for some medical knowledge. Therefore, after handing over the matters of the World Society to the Eagle King, Gong Dao, Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and Du Xiaoqing left some instructions. They followed the Medicine King, Yi Wuming, into the secret room of the World Society to concoct elixirs in seclusion. The imperial capital of the Stone Dragon Empire. From afar, the silhouette was vast and boundless. It was like an endless giant dragon that lay dormant, surrounded by rivers and rivers. It was majestic and majestic. The streets of the imperial capital were bustling with noise and excitement. The palace buildings were continuous, and the streets were crowded with people. A black figure stood in the middle of the crowded street. His entire body was covered in a black cloak that covered his face, making it impossible for others to see his appearance. The black figure looked at the Du household from afar and slightly raised his head. Within his eyes, there was a strange light that resembled lightning. Then, the black figure disappeared like a ghost. In the dark city behind the Mu family's trading company, in a quiet study room, several figures were standing respectfully. A big man who looked to be in his 40s was sitting upright. He couldn't be considered handsome, but he had a heroic spirit. He had a well-built body and his eyes were bright. He had an imposing aura without being angry. At this moment, he was holding a message jade slip in his hand. He had a shocked expression on his face as he looked at the people in the study room. He bitterly smiled and said, "I never thought that the World Society with the Medicine King, Yi Wuming, and the Eagle King, Gong Dao, would actually have that brat as its president." In the dark city, in a vast hall, there was a skinny old man who looked to be in his 60s. Evil qi was fluctuating around his body, causing the surrounding space to faintly distort. His deep eyes were filled with monstrous anger as he shouted, "The World Society, I never thought that brat would be the president of the World Society. I will definitely not let that brat off. Patriarch, Du Xiaofu has already grown up. He is the brave God King of the Stone Dragon Empire. It is rumored that he defeated Lu Kuan, a martial king who had the potential to become a human king. In addition, the World Society also has the Medicine King, Yi Wuming, and the Eagle King, Gong Dao. I'm afraid that it won't be easy to deal with them." In the hall, there was an old man who was frowning. Evil qi was fluctuating around his body. "I don't care what kind of background that brat has. He killed my son, Yunming, and I will definitely not let him off." The skinny old man in black shouted coldly. He was the patriarch of the Black Fiend sect, Shui Tianqiu, one of the strongest cultivators in the dark forest. Reporting to the sovereign. Someone wants to see the sovereign. Right at this moment, a burly man hurriedly entered the main hall. "I told you not to disturb us. Why did you barge in so recklessly?" An old man in the hall reprimanded in a deep voice. "Elder, that person is too powerful. The disciples outside can't stop him at all. Protector Ku is still in his hands. He said that he is called Mountain Man Wuzhan. If Patriarch doesn't want to see him, he will leave immediately," the burly man said in a trembling voice. Mountain Man Wuzhan. Shui Tianqiu's expression changed greatly when he heard this. Then he was puzzled. But after a short while he immediately stood up and said to the burly man, "Quick, take me to see him." Night fell. A bright moon hovered in the sky. The moonlight shone on the winding river outside the Imperial Dragon City. The surface of the river occasionally glowed with silver light. The treetops swayed slightly in the night wind, casting ghostly shadows on the streets. The night in the Imperial Dragon City was as lively as usual. However, in front of the Dew Palace, the night was less noisy than during the day. It gradually quieted down. Chi. At this moment, under the moonlight, a figure silently appeared outside the Dew Palace like a ghost. Chapter 510. Although the Dew household was mostly flattened by Du Xiaofu the last time, It had been repaired and restored to its original grandeur, proving that it had once been glorious. However, after the battle with Du Xiaofu the last time, the Du household was mostly flattened, and half of the strong practitioners were lost. Even the old guardian king had fallen, and the reputation of the Du household had plummeted. All the major factions in the capital knew that the Du household had stood tall for thousands of years, but this time it would be difficult for it to recover to its previous state and was destined to decline. Who are you? Following the appearance of the black figure outside the Du household, there were guards dressed in battle armor who rushed out. Although the Du household was not as good as before, it was still the old guardian king's residence, and not just anyone could barge in, especially when this person was dressed in strange clothes, acting mysterious and emitting an unsettling aura. Faced with the guard's question, the black figure did not seem to care at all, and slowly walked towards the Du household, as if wanting to enter the Du household. "Stop!" a guard shouted, and there were people who quickly blocked the black figure's path, all of them raising their weapons, and in an instant a fierce aura surged. The black figure raised his head slightly, and in the dusky night, his eyes emitted a dazzling light like lightning. It was not something that could be looked at directly with the naked eye, and just one look was enough to cause one's eyes to darken and one's soul to be injured. Crackle! Suddenly, within the bodies of all the guards, the armor on their bodies cracked, and destructive lightning flashed out. One by one, they did not even have the chance to scream before they were turned into pieces by the destructive lightning aura. The black figure did not even look at the guards, and strode towards the Du household. The vermilion door of the Du household was directly shattered, and he stepped into the Du household. Who are you? Who dares to barge into the Du household? Some of the Du family's disciples gathered around. Without a doubt, after experiencing 2 blows from Du Xiaofu, the arrogance of the Du family's disciples in the past was much better than before. Qi, the black-clothed man, did not speak. His face under the black robe slightly lifted as he looked at the surrounding Du clan disciples. He gently extended his hand, and a middle-aged, burly man was directly captured by his hand. Soon after, his body was covered with lightning glow. Finally, his body was directly turned into ashes in an instant. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. After searching for so long, I finally found it. This is a great merit. The heavens are really helping me. At this moment, the black-clothed man seemed to be extremely excited. Lightning flashed in his eyes. Quickly inform the elders to capture and kill this person. The surrounding disciples of the Du clan trembled. Some of them had actually been killed. After recovering from their shock, some of them shouted and waved the weapons in their hands, charging towards the black-robed man. Suddenly, a large area of dazzling light shone. Everyone attacked together. Their auras were not weak. Some of the more talented ones even had some lightning aura in their attacks. Chi-la-la, the black-robed man, made his move. The sleeves of his black robe shook slightly, and a dazzling light of thunder and lightning swept out. Suddenly, it was like countless silver snakes flashing, directly enveloping the surrounding Du family members. Bang, bang, bang. A low-energy, muffled sound resounded. Dozens of Du family members were instantly destroyed. They did not have the strength to resist at all. They were like ants. Who dares to invade my Du residence? Kill! The surrounding Du clan experts leaped out. Suddenly, a large number of Du clan experts attacked together. All kinds of energy, rune attacks, swept out. I didn't expect the descendants of this clan to be so weak. Sigh! The black-clothed man sighed. Lightning gathered around his body and spread out, transforming into a brilliant sea of lightning. The terrifying aura was monstrous. It was terrifying to the point that it was frightening. It swept out in all directions. Bang, bang, bang! Lightning intertwined in the surroundings. Under the lightning, all the Du family members were killed. The black-clothed man only casually attacked. Even the surrounding walls and courtyards collapsed, turning into ruins. Smoke and dust soared into the sky. "There's an expert invading. Quickly inform the elders." Hearing the commotion, the Dew family members who came over suddenly shouted. More and more Dew family members gathered. "Quickly join forces and form a formation to suppress and kill," a Dew family expert shouted. Immediately, the Dew family members waved their weapons and formed a formation. Accompanied by a terrifying suppressive aura, they crushed towards the black-clothed man. They wanted to suppress the black-clothed man. "Too weak. Your clan should no longer exist. Die," the black-clothed man sneered. The lightning aura around his body fluctuated. In a split second, the blazing lightning serpents linked together and violently spread out. Chee-la-la! In the midst of the shocking sound, the Dew family members' attack was destroyed. The surrounding rubble soared into the sky. Dust filled the air. A large number of grand palace buildings exploded and the ground cracked. Many miserable shrieks resounded through the night. The Dew family members were completely unable to resist. "Everyone back off. Activate the formation." In midair, someone shouted. The remaining Dew family members retreated. Then, rays of light soared into the sky. The formation array in the Dew residence was activated. Immediately the ground rumbled. The wind blew and clouds surged. A powerful formation array directly enveloped the black-clothed man. "Can't even withstand a single blow." The black-clothed person looked at the large array that was enveloping him. However, he did not pay too much attention to it. His eyes moved slightly as he waved his large sleeve. The energy mat in his hand swept out along with lightning. An extremely frightening aura spread and spread. With a wave of his large sleeve, the symbol array was directly destroyed into shattered symbols with a bang. Rumble! The terrifying formation array was directly destroyed as if it was nothing. A large number of courtyards and pavilions were turned into ruins. "Everyone back off to the main hall. Quick!" In mid-air, dozens of figures descended. The Dew family experts had finally arrived. A terrifying aura descended, shaking one's soul. "Activate the second formation array. Suppress and kill." In the Dew family, an elder shouted. The Dew family definitely did not only have one formation array. The second formation array that was even more powerful was activated. Instantly, runes flashed. A light pillar gushed out, mixed with lightning. The light was especially resplendent in the night sky. It emitted an extremely shocking fluctuation. The aura was abnormally terrifying, causing one's hair to stand on end. Without a doubt, the second formation array was much more powerful than the first. "I can't be bothered to waste time with you. Destroy!" The black-clothed man was unmoved. The aura around his body exploded. A terrifying lightning ball appeared around his body. Boom! In a low, muffled sound, the terrifying formation array was directly shattered under the shocked gazes of the crowd. After that, the terrifying lightning ball that enveloped the black-clothed man continued to spread. Like a thunder sun, it illuminated the night sky. The terrifying lightning wreaked havoc at an extremely strange speed. Rumble! The entire Dew Palace was trembling violently. The ground was shaking and rumbling like an earthquake. Terrifying lightning sealed off the entire Dew Palace. The horrifying scene was monstrous. Many miserable cries were heard. Even more disciples of the Dew residents were silently destroyed by this terrifying attack and turned into ashes. Heavens! What happened to the Dew residents? At this moment, the entire Imperial Dragon City was shocked. Everyone rushed to the streets and looked at the terrifying lightning aura in the night sky. It was mixed with destruction, causing people to tremble in fear. The terrifying aura spread. A large number of disciples of the Dew residents were killed. That black-clothed man was too terrifying. "Seems like your bloodline is already weak to the point of being no different from ants. This is only your aura, not your bloodline. Too weak." The black-clothed man raised his head and looked at the dozens of experts of the Dew residents in the sky. He sighed slightly. His dazzling eyes were filled with a sinister smile. Let's join hands and kill him." The experts of the Du family were furious. A large number of their disciples were killed. They were extremely sorrowful. Their aura fluctuated as they joined hands to kill the black-clothed man. Their aura was also extremely shocking. It enveloped the sky and caused the space to tremble. "Overestimating yourselves." The black-clothed man sneered indifferently. Lightning erupted. Almost without any movement, the surrounding area was turned into ruins. It was almost razed to the ground. "Poochie! Poochie!" In the sky, a large number of Du family experts suddenly spurted out blood. Their attacks were all destroyed. Some of them were directly killed. They were simply unable to resist. "Who are you?" In the sky, a tyrannical aura descended. Multicolored light filled the air. The aura enveloped the sky. "It's King Gu, and Du Chang, he also came." The disciples of the Du residents saw hope. King Gu and Du Chang had come. They were undoubtedly the two strongest people of the Du residents. There is a bloodline aura. Can this clan really rise from the ashes? The black-clothed man looked at King Gu and Du Chang in the sky. He seemed to have felt something. Suddenly, his dazzling eyes were filled with astonishment. "Those who offend my Du family die," Du Chang shouted. He had a dignified appearance. A mighty aura suddenly erupted like an erupting volcano. In a split second, the wind rose and the clouds surged. Dark clouds gathered together, accompanied by rumbling, lightning, and thunder. Then it spread across the sky, and the black-clothed man's figure instantly pounced towards him. The peak of the complete martial lord realm. He has the bloodline aura of that clan. He should be an outstanding person. He really rose from the ashes. The black-clothed man looked at Du Chang, who was pouncing towards him. The strange lightning aura in his eyes fluctuated violently. Boom! Du Chang's figure pounced down. Silver lightning flashed in the dark clouds in the sky behind him. Under the sound of lightning and thunder, a terrifying fist directly smashed down towards the black-clothed man. The mighty aura caused people's hearts to palpitate. His talent is not bad. As his voice faded, the black-clothed man waved his sleeve. A handprint stretched out, and a palm instantly collided with the fist. Rumble! Under such a collision, waves of invisible energy spread out. The ground trembled as if there was an earthquake. Cracks continuously appeared on the ground. Terrifying lightning wreaked havoc, causing the countless gazes on the streets of the imperial city to be unable to restrain their palpitations and shock. Poochie, however, immediately after, everyone saw the body of the outstanding person, Du Chang, fly away. Blood dripped from his mouth as he wildly spurted out. In the end, he heavily fell into the ruins. He was unable to resist at all.